It is a sunshiny evening in Orem, Utah. We are at UCCU Ballpark as Utah Valley gets set to take on Brigham Young, the final game of this season series between these local rivals. Hello again, everybody. I'm Jordan Bianucci alongside my partner Ryan Pickens. Glad to have you with us at UCCU Ballpark. The Wolverines getting set to take the field as they host the Cougars. And with that, I will send it over to Ryan with the lineups.
All right, let's take a look at the lineup. First for the 13-5 visiting BYU Cougars. Leading off will be the senior first baseman, Brian Sue. Brian Call, the second baseman, will start tonight for BYU. Brock Hale in right field, hitting third. Jackson Clough, who had the big three-run triple in the first game, hits cleanup. He'll start at shortstop. Austin Deming, the DH, will hit fifth. Mitch McIntyre, the left fielder, hits sixth. Casey Jacobson, the third baseman, hitting seventh. Abraham Valdez, the catcher, hitting eighth. And then Danny Jelilich, the center fielder, will bat ninth. Ryan Brady will start tonight for BYU. We'll talk about Ryan Brady in the bottom of the inning. Defensively for Utah Valley in the outfield, Jake Berry back in at left field. Michael Beltran in center field, Alexander Marco in right. On the infield, Mick Madsen will be at third base, Trevor Howell at short, Cody Hall over at second, Cade Polson back at first, Drew Sims back behind the plate tonight. And then pitching will be the right-hander Mason Gray. Gray, no record on the year, making his fifth appearance, his third start. He's got a 9.31 ERA and 9 2/3 innings pitched so far this season, 8 hits, 13 runs, 10 earned. Walked 12, struck out 6. Opponents hitting .229 off the right-hander. The biggest kind of sign, I think, though, for Utah Valley and for Mason Gray, Jordan, is the fact that Mason Gray is coming off of probably his best outing of the year in the start against Niagara that he had about a week ago. And, boy, that was a beauty of a start for Mason Gray.
Indeed. He went 6 innings, gave up just the 1 earned run, 4 walks, 5 strikeouts. He is coming strikeouts, and as you mentioned, that was a start. He is coming off a brief outing against UC Irvine this past weekend, in which he went just a third of an inning. And did he give up the grand slam? He did. And so just one mistake, and your ERA will shoot up. That's how it goes. Well, we're ready to go. Brian Sue steps in for BYU, and he takes a first pitch breaking ball, high and away, ball 1. First pitch right on time at 6 p.m. The game time temperature is 58 degrees. A fastball misses down and away to Sue, and it's 2-0. Sue has been the Cougars' best hitter. He's hitting .403. 1 homer, 7 RBIs. Takes a fastball up high here, and right away it's 3-0 to him. So, once again, Ryan, a key for Utah Valley is throwing strikes.
At least if you throw it over the plate, and I think I mentioned this on Saturday.
The 3-0 misses up high, and he walked him. 4 straight balls, and the leadoff man is on for BYU.
It's not that you really want to groove it over the middle of the plate, but if you're going to choose, I think, between throwing a ball in most situations, Jordan, and just grooving one over the plate, at least if you just get it over the plate, there's a chance he hits it right at one of your defenders, or your infield or outfield can make a great play. A 4-pitch walk just gives the other team a free base. There's nothing you can do with that.
So here's Brian Call getting his first collegiate at-bat. He takes a fastball away. It is 1-0. A left-handed hitter. And now, already, the shortstop, Trevor Howell, is going to come in and have a word with the right-hander, Mason Gray. That is a mound visit, so the Wolverines have 5 mound visits remaining tonight. Brian Call, 5'8", 168-pound freshman out of Mission Viejo, California. Went to Mater Dei. Bent at the knees. And there is a fastball in there for a strike at the knees. And it's 1-1. Call getting the start, as Ryan mentioned, at second base tonight. So you can imagine he must have some butterflies. The 1-1, a swing and a chopper foul, and it's 1-2. BYU won the first game of this season series a couple weeks ago over at Miller Park. a 5-1 game that was much closer than the final score indicated as a ball misses up high, and it's 2-2 to call. In that game, the Wolverines and Cougars were tied 1-1 in the bottom of the 8th when, with 2 outs, Jackson Clough came up with a big-time hit that put BYU ahead for good. The 2-2, a swing and a liner into center field. Coming in is Beltran. He reaches up and he makes the grab, and there's one away. So Call hit it hard, but right at Beltran, and it's a big first out for Mason Gray. The Wolverines have really struggled this season in a lot of ways, but especially throwing strikes. They've hit a lot of batters. They've walked a lot of batters. So Gray into his stretch. Here is Brock Hale, hitting .266, has 2 home runs on the year. First pitch to the right-handed hitter, misses up high, ball 1. A fastball there in the mid-80s from Gray. Gray out of Phoenix, Arizona, a freshman. The 1-0 pitch. There's another fastball, but this one thigh high, taken for a called strike. The home plate umpire tonight is Randy Upton. At first base, Andrew Torfin, and the third base umpire is Jared Ferens, all familiar names. Gray looking for a ground ball here. A man on, a man out. The pitch. And a slider misses down and away, and it's 2-1.
And the tough part with a hitter like Brock Hale, who has considerable power, Jordan, you don't want to be getting these 2-1 fastball, 3-1 fastball counts. It's a warm evening tonight. That ball's going to fly off the bat here in Orem tonight.
2-1 pitch is swung on and hit deep to left. You called it, Ryan. That one is gone. Home run. 2-0 Cougars. Hale with his 3rd homer of the year. RBIs 13 and 14. So it goes for the Wolverines. Utah Valley's had a real tough time getting out of these first innings without giving up runs and even crooked numbers, and now someone's going to start to get loose down in the bullpen for Utah Valley. The hitter will be Jackson Clough, hitting .328. The left-handed hitter takes a fastball down low, and it's 1-0 to him. Well, Hale gave that one a ride to left center field. In deep left center, here's a ground ball through the right side, base hit. Clough has himself a single. The deepest part of the yard here at UCCU Ballpark is in left center. It's 427 feet into that left center corner. That was not hit that deep. It was well toward straightaway left field in comparison to that deep corner. But still, that was not a cheap shot by Hale. So here is Deming. The designated hitter takes a ball down low. Austin Deming, a freshman. This is just the 3rd game he has started this year. He is 2 for 7 from the plate. Fastball, right there, called for a strike at the belt. So right now, if you're Mason Gray, you're just trying to escape this inning without giving up a huge inning. Polson holding on Clough at first base. The pitch down in the dirt, smothered by Sims. A breaking ball, and it's 2-1.
And really, with how many arms you used over the weekend, if you're Eric Madsen, Utah Valley, you would really like to see if Mason Gray can get in a groove and give you at least 4 or 5 would be a good goal tonight for Mason Gray, but you really don't want to have to bullpen it tonight.
2-1 pitch in there at the knees, and it's 2-2. And I'm sure Eric Madsen came into this game expecting to bullpen it a bit. If Gray can give you, like you mentioned, 4 innings, that would be terrific. The 2-2 coming. Slider misses down and away. I say a slider, that was the curveball missing, and the count is full. Mason Gray's already up to 20 pitches in this inning. 2-0 BYU. Top of the first, 1 man on, 1 man out. Here comes the payoff pitch to Deming. A swing and a foul tip at home plate. Clough took off on the pitch. On the year, Clough has stolen 5 bases. He has not been caught once. Austin Deming digs back in, a slightly open stance from that right side. Gray from the windup. There goes the runner again. This one swung on and driven into center field. Deep left center field. Beltran still going back. Now he makes the grab just shy of the warning track to the deepest part of the yard, right in front of that 427 marker. And there are 2 away. So Deming gives it a ride, but it is a long out. In a lot of ballparks, that may get out of there, but not here. So here's McIntyre. McIntyre, a left-handed hitter, hitting .218. The pitch to him. Fastball catches the outside corner for strike 1. McIntyre, 1 home run, 4 RBIs on the year. Clough at first base. He has a short lead. The 1-strike offering coming from Gray. Here it is. Fastball misses inside at 87 miles an hour, and it's 1-1. Marco playing very deep in right field, just 312 feet down the right field line. Short corners and deep alleyways here at UCCU Ballpark. A throw over to first, and Clough is back in diving. 305 down the left field line. Yeah, everybody in the outfield straight away and deep. Here comes the 1-1. A swing and a pop-up. A high pop-up into left center field. Beltran coming in, eases under it, and he makes the one-handed grab. The inning is over. But the Cougars get 2 runs on 2 hits. They leave a man stranded. We head to the last of the first inning. It's the Cougars 2, the Wolverines, coming up.
Bottom of the first inning here in Orem, Utah Valley, coming up for the first time tonight. Let's take a look at the lineup here for the Wolverines, coming in with a record of 3-16. Leading off will be the second baseman, Cody Hall. Shortstop, Trevor Howell hits in the 2 spot. Center fielder, Michael Beltran will hit third. Alexander Marco hitting the cleanup spot. Coming into tonight, hitting .343 with 3 home runs for the Wolverines. Drew Sims will hit fifth. Mick Madsen, the third baseman, hitting sixth. Cade Polson at first base hitting 7th. Payson Hayes will hit 8th and DH. And then Jake Berry rounds out the order and will bat 9th. Defensively for BYU in the outfield, Mitch McIntyre's in left. In center, it's Danny Gelilich. In right field, it will be Brock Hale. On the infield, Casey Jacobson at third. Jackson Clough over at short. Brian Call at second. At first base will be Brian Sue. Catching will be Abraham Valdez. And Ryan Brady will be on the mound, a freshman from Park City, Utah, and Park City High School, making his first start of the season, only his 3rd career game.
First pitch is fouled off down the right field line, a 90-mile-an-hour fastball from Ryan Brady. Cody Hall, the senior, hitting .242. No homers, 7 RBIs. We have not seen him in the leadoff spot all that much this season. The 1-strike offering swung on, fouled back, and it's quickly 0-2. 2-0 BYU. Last of the first inning. From the windup, Brady fires. Took something off the fastball there, and it misses low and away. A good-looking 0-2 pitch. Hall had to think about it. In the top of the first, BYU got on the board thanks to a 2-run home run by Brock Hale. The 1-2 pitch coming to Hall. A swing and a line drive, base hit up the middle, off the end of the bat. And there is a leadoff single for Cody Hall.
And you'd like to see, Jordan, tonight, Utah Valley keep it a little more close, especially in the early innings. The Wolverines have trailed significantly early on in the ballgame, and it's hard when you're trailing significantly to have a good chance to kind of punch back after being down. But here, you're down 2-0. That's one swing of the bat right now can change this whole ballgame. You'd like to see Utah Valley maybe have a little more of a punch tonight when they're down 2-0 early on.
So here is Trevor Howell. A man on, nobody out, and a ball misses down and away. A fastball, perhaps the two-seamer from Brady at 88 miles an hour. Howell hitting just 169 on the year, trying to get that bat going. No homers. Hall at first base. He is held on by Sue. Righty versus righty. All right-handed hitters in the lineup tonight for Utah Valley. The 1-0 pitch. Hall shows bunt and then pulls it back, taking a fastball outside, and it's 2-0. It is going to be tough right now for the hitters to see the baseball. Half of the pitcher's mound is in the sunshine, and then the batter's area, most of it, is in the shade. So that ball coming out of the sun into the shade is going to make it difficult for the first few innings. The 2-0 pitch. Howell swings away and fouls it high and off to the right. An off-speed pitch from Brady, and it's 2-1. Michael Beltran, the Wolverines' best hitter, is on deck. Hall has stolen 4 bases this season. He has been caught twice. There he goes. A swing and a foul again. The hit and run was on. And Howell is a little frustrated with himself for just fouling that one off. Hall got a good jump on that pitch. The count is even at 2-2. A beautiful night in Orem. No real wind to speak of. Not a cloud in the sky. The 2-2 from Brady. A swing and another foul off and to the right. A fastball at 88 there, knee high. And it's 2-2. So a good at bat here from Trevor Howell. Two to nothing BYU. We're in the last of the first. One man on, nobody out. The pitch to Howell. Curveball. Froze him right there on the inside corner. A good-looking pitch from Ryan Brady. And that's the first time tonight we've seen the curveball, and it was a good one. So 1 away. And here is Beltran.
You'd like to see Beltran really kind of pick up, Jordan, where he left off, especially coming into Sunday. I think he was 4 for 4 with 4 base hit singles.
I think 4 for 5.
4 for 5. Flew out in the 9th, but you'd like to see him kind of keep that up, and this would be a nice opportunity here to come up with a base hit.
First pitch to him is a curveball in there on the inside corner, strike 1. Hall is at first. He singled to begin the inning. Beltran hitting .362 on the year, no homers, 5 RBIs. He hasn't come to the plate with runners on base all that often this season. The 0-1, no, we'll throw over to first base. Hall back in diving. With runners on, Beltran is hitting .308 on the season. He's had 26 at-bats with runners on base. The one-strike pitch. Fastball catches the outside corner, and it's 0-2. Well, Utah Valley coming in with an overall record of 3-16, coming off a disastrous weekend against UC Irvine in which they were swept. BYU is 13-5. They dropped 2 of 3 this past weekend to Gonzaga. The 0-2 to Beltran. A swing and a miss. A fastball or I think that was the slider on the outside corner. So 2 consecutive strikeouts for Ryan Brady. And here is Marco. We'll see how long Mike Littlewood, the head coach for Brigham Young, lets the right-hander go. It is a predetermined staff day for the Cougars. Marco, a right-handed hitter, does have some pop. 3 homers on the season. The pitch to him. Curveball, misses down low. So obviously we see Ryan Brady very confident in the curveball, throwing a couple first pitch breaking balls in this first inning. He's thrown most of them for strikes. That one missed down low. An okay-sized crowd here at UCCU Ballpark. More fans filing in. A busy night here on campus at 7 o'clock in about 40 minutes. Utah Valley will take on, who are they? They're playing in the College Basketball Invitational, the first round.
CSU Northridge.
And the UCCU Center is right next door to us here at UCCU Ballpark. This one chopped foul on the third base side, and it's 1-1 to Marco. 2-0 BYU. We're in the bottom of the first inning. Should Marco reach, it would be Drew Sims. Brady gave up the leadoff single to Hall. He has since struck out 2 batters. The wind now lazily blowing out towards center field. The 1-1. Fastball catches the outside corner, strike 2. So we've seen Randy Upton will give that strike call just off the corner, inside and outside. Marco having a conversation with him right now. Everybody straight away and deep in the outfield for BYU. One man on, 2 men out. The 1-2 pitch from Brady. Curveball swung on and driven down the left field line. That one's on its way. Home run! Tie game! Alexander Marco with 2 strikes. Sends one down the left field line to tie it up here in the first. His 4th homer of the season. And that's what the Wolverines have been pining for as of late, Ryan.
Yeah, you're looking for some offense. You're looking for a way to score some runs, and right there, he did exactly what you want to do. Take a shot, goes deep, gets something right back. That's that punch back that I was talking about here a little bit ago. You need to find a way to answer.
So here is Sims. He takes a strike on the outside corner. That ball was not hit tremendously hard. Just 305 down the left field line, and that one just got out of here. But hey, if you can get one up in the air down the lines here, you have a shot. Ball misses down and away. A slider from Brady, and it's 1-1. There is a right-hander, I beg your pardon, a left-hander getting loose for BYU in their bullpen. Sims with a wide-open stance. Here's a ground ball to shortstop. Charging, Clough gloves it, throws, and gets him. So the Wolverines are down. However, they scored 2, and we are tied at 2 as we head to the second inning on GoUVU.com. 2 to 2 the score as we begin the second inning. Mason Gray back out on the mound for the Wolverines. Delivers a strike. 0-1 to Jacobson. It'll be Jacobson, Valdez, and Jelilich. Ball misses outside. And it's 1-1. From the windup, Brady. A swing and a foul off and to the right. Just a check swing, and it's 1-2. Well, the Wolverines answered with 2 after the Cougars put up a 2 spot in the first, thanks to a Alexander Marco home run. The 1-2 pitch coming. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. A slider moving away from the right-handed hitter, and Jacobson is retired. The first strikeout for Mason Gray.
What you really like if you're Mason Gray here, Jordan, is you would love to come back with a quick 1-2-3 inning and something just to kind of build and set that confidence, especially now it's really a brand new ball game.
Mason Gray, the right-hander. He winds and fires. And a ball misses down low. A fastball to the right-handed hitting Abraham Valdez. He's had just 8 at-bats on the season. He's 2 for 8. This is just his 3rd start. There's a line drive base hit off the second base bag, and it caroms into center field. That ball was smoked. So a 1-out base hit for Valdez.
Stepping to the plate for the Cougars, number 3, Danny Jelilich.
Here is Jelilich. Jelilich hitting in the 9 spot, the center fielder for BYU. Hitting .263 on the season, no homers, 5 RBIs, a right-handed hitter. So right away, BYU with a base runner. Here's a ground ball to third, a chopper. Matson has it to second for 1. On to first, a high throw, and not in time. Valdez was bearing down on Hall. Hall sidearmed it off balance. So it'll be a 5-4 fielder's choice, 2 away in the inning, with Jelilich at first base. Back to the top of the order, and Brian Sue. He walked and scored a run last inning. The pitch to him, a swing and a ground ball up the middle, base hit. Heading to second, now digging for third is Valdez. Here comes the throw. It's too late. Mick Matson did a nice job coming up with that ball at third and then getting ready to throw to second to make sure Sue didn't think about taking another bag. So runners on the corners, BYU again threatening. Right back at it here in the second inning.
And BYU's really timing Mason Gray's fastball right now. The hits they're getting, Jordan, most of them are coming off of a fastball that's catching a good portion of the plate. And right now, you have to give BYU credit. They're hitting good pitches over the middle of the plate, and they're finding ways to get base hits off of it right now.
So they are threatening to retake the lead. Call, in his second collegiate at bat, takes a curveball down low. Ball 1. He lined out to center field in the first inning. He is 0 for 1. Righty versus lefty. Sue at first. Jelilich at third. There's a strike on the outside corner. And it's 1-1. 2-2 the score. Just in the second inning, and we've had a lot of action. Gray working from the stretch. Set at the belt, he peers in. The 1-1 curveball misses down and in. Ball 1. Sims fakes a snap throw down to first, but he hangs on to it. So with Polson holding on the runner at first base, that gives Call, a left-handed hitter, a lot of room over there if he pulls a ground ball through that right side. Call trying to give the Cougars the lead. Gray with the 2-1. Fastball misses up high. Call checked his swing, and it's 3-1. Hale is on deck. He hit a 2-run home run last inning. Mason Gray really doesn't want to load the bases here. The 3-1 pitch to Call, and it's outside, not close. The second walk of the game for Gray, and more importantly, it loads the bases for Brock Hale, and Eric Matson's going to come out, the head coach for Utah Valley, and have a word with his starter. Nobody up in that Utah Valley bullpen. So this is the second mound visit for the Wolverines, the first by a coach. So Matson has 2 mound visits remaining for the game. It's a new rule in 2019. You can have 6 mound visits overall, whether it's from your catcher or any player in the game. And you can have 3 total mound visits from a coach, not including, of course, visits in which he makes a pitching change. Hale got a fastball knee high in the first inning, and he just blasted one to left center field. More fans filing in, a pretty good-sized crowd tonight at UCCU Ballpark. A few BYU fans, more than a few on the first base side behind the BYU dugout. Some folks out on the grassy berm that extends from beyond the third base dugout all the way into left center field. We've had 2 home runs over the left field wall, so those kids aren't dumb. They know what they're doing. Looking for a souvenir. Curveball. I say a curveball. Slider, I beg your pardon. In there for a called strike to the right-handed hitting Hale. Bases loaded, 2 outs. 2-2 the score. Dancing off third is Jelilich. Gray comes home, a swing and a pop, backing out of play. That'll land to the 10th row or so. Somebody making a fine play. And it's 0-2, so a nice job by Mason Gray to get ahead of Brock Hale, who came into the game batting .266. Hit the home run last inning that put BYU on the board. So Gray does not need to throw a strike here. The pitch, a swing and a base hit right up the middle. 1 run will come in to score. Here comes the second run. The throw will be cut off by Polson, and it's 4-2 BYU. And Mason Gray just left an 0-2 pitch right up in the zone. That was a cookie, as they say.
Next up for BYU, number 4, Jackson.
So that's the 3rd and 4th RBI already in 2 innings for Hale. And you just can't do that. 0-2, and you gave him a real fat pitch, and he didn't miss it.
And what I don't know is with how good of a defensive catcher Drew Sims is, Jordan, I don't know if really 0-2, if you even need to come over the middle of the plate. I almost say you go out of the strike zone there and see if you get Hale to chase a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. You don't come in the strike zone there. That's not a good pitch. Doesn't mean you have to bounce one. It just, you want a tempting one that is close, but you don't need to challenge him 0-2. 1-0 to Clough. Misses down and away. And it's 2-0. So runners on first and second. Hale at first. Call at second base. 4-2 Cougars. Clough, a left-handed hitter, even stance. The pitch. Fastball misses down and away. And it's 3-0. A right-hander getting loose in Utah Valley's bullpen. The Cougars trying to make this inning really hurt. 2 runs in. The 3-0 fastball catches the outside corner. I say a fastball. I think that was the slider, and it's 3-1.
Spencer Triplett, the right-hander for Utah Valley down in the bullpen. We saw Spencer a couple of times over the weekend, I believe, against UC Irvine.
Clough singled in his first at-bat. He is 1 for 1. There's a big swing and a miss at a slider, and the count runs full. Clough came into the ballgame batting .328. He has 2 home runs, 20 RBIs on the year to lead BYU. The Cougars in the alternate blue tops. The Wolverines in all white. Curveball swung on and popped up. Shallow center field. Beltran was playing very deep. He's sprinting in. It's going to be the shortstop, though, Trevor Howell making the play. A nice job by Howell going way out there. And the inning's over. However, the Cougars put 2 more on the board. 3 hits, 2 left. On to the last of the second inning. BYU 4, Utah Valley 2.
Check out the Adidas store located on campus for all the latest Adidas apparel. Adidas, here to create. Now pitching for the Cougars, number 45, left-hander Ben Weiss. Fans, to introduce UVU's at-bat this inning, we have our guest announcer, Hayden Citrin. He's 12 years old. Fans, make some noise for Hayden Citrin.
Bottom of the second inning here from the UCCU ballpark in Orem, Utah. New pitcher on for BYU. Left-hander Ben Weiss will take over. He's 0-1 on the year with a 10.12 ERA, making his 4th appearance. 2 2/3 of an innings for the Cougar left-hander. 2 hits, 3 runs, all earned, 1 walk, and 3 strikeouts. Opponent's hitting .222 off the left-hander. Not a big sample size so far for Weiss, but he'll face Mick Madsen here to start the second.
Weiss, a left-hander, as Ryan mentioned, working from the windup. Here it comes to Madsen. A fastball in there for a called strike at 84 miles an hour. So the Wolverines give up 2 runs in the top of this inning, the second inning. BYU leading 4-2. The pitch, a swing and a chopper to short. Playing the high hop as Clough throws strongly across the diamond, and there's one away. And Cade Polson will be the hitter. Base is empty, 1 out. Weiss out of River Heights, Utah, is a transfer from Salt Lake Community College. The pitch to Polson, a swing and a miss. It looked like an off-speed pitch. It's 0-1. So a 2-out rally in the top of the second. Put 2 more on the board for the Cougars. Put them back ahead. As this one's fouled off down the right field line, and it's 0-2 to Polson. So the Wolverines will look to answer back as they did in the last of the first inning. Polson hitting .246, a junior. No home runs, 7 RBIs. This is the first year really anywhere that he's played first base. A swing and a miss here to breaking ball in the dirt. Valdez will throw down to the first baseman to complete the strikeout. It's the second strikeout, or excuse me, the first strikeout for Weiss. 2 away. Payson Hayes, the designated hitter, will hit. We mentioned this is a staff night for BYU, so we could see a new pitcher every inning or so. Weiss from the windup. The pitch to Hayes is a fastball that misses outside, ball 1. Hayes hitting just 100. He is 3 for 30 this season. A slightly open stance from the right side. Here it comes. A swing and a high fly ball hooking down the right field line, foul. So that gets out of the ballpark, but well foul. Hale giving chase down there, and the count's 1-1.
I would imagine with Mike Littlewood and them playing again on Thursday, Jordan, that he probably has some kind of an idea of who they're going to go with, but I would imagine some of their top arms he's hoping to hold out tonight.
A curveball stays up high, slipping out of the hand of Weiss, and it's 2-1 to Hayes. Yeah, this weekend, BYU will be at home in Provo, taking on Portland in a WCC matchup. Utah Valley will begin conference play. They'll head up to Seattle. The 2-1 pitch, a swing and a sharply hit ground ball to the third baseman. Jacobson has it, throws to first, and gets Hayes. The Wolverines go down in order. On to the third inning. BYU 4, Utah Valley 2 on GoUVU.com. Fans, don't forget to stick around for our post-game show. We will name our Wilkinson's Trophy Player of the Game with 41 years of experience. Wilkinson's Trophy is your place for awards, screen printing, embroidery, and name badges. Check out selections online at wilkinsonstrophy.com. Mason Gray, the right-hander, back out on the mound for Utah Valley. They trail 4-2 as we begin the third inning. Gray will face Deming, McIntyre, and Jacobson, 5, 6, and 7 for the Cougars, and it's my pleasure to give you Ryan Pickens with the play-by-play.
Thank you, Jordan. Austin Deming stands in, swings at the first pitch, and sends it well foul back to the parking lot behind the stadium, and snowballs in a strike here on Deming. Deming, a freshman from Santa Clara, Utah, and Snow Canyon High School, multi-sport athlete, listed as both a pitcher and an infielder here at BYU. Takes the 0-1 pitch for a called strike, and it's 0-2 on Deming. Gray takes a long look in, and the 0-2 pitch on its way, sent foul, and it's 0-2 here as Deming will stay alive. Well, we talked about it being a staff night. BYU starting to warm up another arm down in the Cougar bullpen deep down the right field line here at UCCU Ballpark. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and Deming lines this one right back up the middle for a leadoff base hit. And the Cougars, for the second time tonight, have the leadoff man on, and that will bring up the left fielder, Mitch McIntyre. McIntyre 0 for 1, flew out to center field back to end the first inning. Here for BYU, Mason Gray will go back into the stretch. Mick Madsen moving in on the infield grass, potentially maybe thinking the Cougars might bunt here. From the stretch, the pitch on its way right on the outside corner for a ball, and it's 1 ball and no strikes the count here on McIntyre.
Spencer Triplett still getting warm in the Utah Valley bullpen.
Gray ready to go, comes home with the 1-0 pitch, and McIntyre swings and hits this one out to left center field. Michael Beltran, however, has a beat on it and makes the catch. And there's one out here in the top of the third inning. And here's third baseman Casey Jacobson. Mike Littlewood shaking some things up tonight, getting some guys some at-bats who maybe don't normally get some at-bats. A couple of notable Cougars. Keaton Kringlin not in the lineup tonight. He's been a regular for the Cougars the last 3 or 4 seasons. think their shortstop, Carson Matthews, also not in the lineup tonight, as Jacobson hits this one foul down the line, and it's 0-1. So definitely taking advantage of this midweek contest is head coach Mike Littlewood in his 7th season at the helm of BYU. Took over for longtime head coach Vance Law. No balls and a strike here on Casey Jacobson. Runner gets a lead over at first, and the pitch on its way home checked his swing. That one stays high, however. It's 1 ball and 1 strike on Jacobson. Jacobson struck out back in his first plate appearance. Deming gets his lead over at first. He's taken off. Jacobson pops this one up on the infield. Deming will quickly get back to first base as Cody Hall makes the catch on the outfield grass, and there's 2 away. And Abraham Valdez, the catcher, will come to the plate. Valdez had a nice single just right back up the middle. A hard hit ball past Mason Gray back in the second.
Here's another aspect of the game that the Wolverines have really struggled in 2019 is putting away guys with 2 outs.
We'll see what Gray can do here. Pickoff move, and just getting back underneath the tag is Austin Deming. Deming now over at first base, gets his lead again. It's a fairly aggressive lead over at first base. Gray with his back turned comes home. That one blocked in the dirt by Drew Sims. He had to backhand that one to keep it in front of him there. And it's a ball 1, 1 ball and no strikes on Abraham Valdez. Ready to go here from the stretch. Mason Gray comes home, and Valdez hits this one into right field for a base hit. Just a bloop single. Deming will hold, however, at second, as the Cougars will have runners on at first and second here in the bottom of the 3rd.
That was a nice job by Valdez just flipping that into right field. Not a bad pitch and on the hands.
BYU had Noah Hill behind the plate in the first ball game of this series. He's another one of the notable Cougars not in the lineup. Here's Danny Jelilich, the center fielder. Jelilich ready to go. Runners on at first and second with 2 away. And the pitch knocked down in the dirt. Sims keeps it close to him, however, for a ball 1, 1 ball and no strikes. Sims, I think at first, thought that one had kind of caromed off to the right before it went off to the left. Shadows starting to take over a lot of the infield area. Mick Madsen over at third base playing even with the bag. He's in the shadows. Everybody else really in the sun. Here's the 1-0 pitch on its way home. Jelilich pulls it foul down the line. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Danny Jelilich. Deming, the runner at second. Over at first is Abraham Valdez. Ready to go here with the 1 ball, 1 strike count. And the pitch on its way in there for a called strike, and it's 1-2 on Jelilich. Infield back for the Wolverines. They just need an out at any base.
This is a big batter for Mason Gray because you have the top of the order and Brian Sue, the Cougars' best hitter, on deck.
You would like to just end the inning right here. Sue has reached base twice and scored 2 runs for BYU. The pitch right on the corner for a ball, and that will move to 2-2. That's been a pitch we've seen Randy Upton be giving to a lot of the pitchers there, and it evens the count up, however, at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
That's a perfect pitch.
If I'm Danny Jelilich, I don't know if I'm willing to let that one go twice because
yeah, we've seen Randy, as you mentioned, we've seen Randy Upton call the corners, and that didn't look to be outside. That looked to be a strike right on the corner.
2-2 pitch on its way. Another kind of slider, curveball outside ball 3, and it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. So now the runners can take off with the pitch. Deming with okay speed out at second base. Valdez, I haven't seen him play enough to know much. Here's a 3-2 pitch. Runners take off low and outside ball 4, and the bases are full for BYU here in the 3rd. just like Jordan mentioned a moment ago, this has been the tough part for Utah Valley. Get the first couple of outs, and Eric Madsen's going to come out here of the dugout, and I wonder if he's going to go, and he will go to Spencer Triplett. We will step aside for a moment here at UCCU Ballpark. We'll introduce you to the new pitcher for Utah Valley. Bases full of Cougars with 2 outs in the top of the third. It's a 4-2 lead for BYU.
Now pitching for the Wolverines, number 16, right-hander Spencer Triplett.
New pitcher on for Utah Valley. Spencer Triplett will come in with the bases loaded and 2 outs. This will be his 8th appearance. He's thrown 10 2/3 innings, walked 6, struck out 3. He does have a 7.59 earned run average. Opponents are hitting .318 off the right-hander, a junior from Providence, Utah, 6 feet 190. Last time we saw Spencer Triplett was on Sunday against UC Irvine. Had a tough time, went just an inning, gave up 3 earned runs, 1 walk. So Triplett comes into a tough situation. He will have the bases loaded facing BYU's best hitter, Brian Sue.
Sue will make his way to the plate, Jordan, and just an interesting note right here. Spencer Triplett played high school baseball at Mountain Crest High School in Logan. The pitcher in the second inning for BYU, Ben Weiss, I believe also he's from River Heights, Utah, which is right there in the Mountain Crest area. So it'd be kind of interesting to see both of them juniors. So potential a couple high school teammates right now in the ball game as the 2 pitchers.
And we're just in the 3rd inning, but this is a huge moment in this game.
First pitch to Brian Sue, a slow curveball. It's in there for a called strike, and it's 0-1. Sue walked in the first and came around to score, and then had a single and came around to score in the second. And the bases are loaded here, and this is where you have to be careful if you're Utah Valley, because a ball in the gap could break this one wide open. That one blocked by Drew Sims. Once again, they're on the curveball that almost got to the backstop, and Utah Valley wasting no time, having another arm start to throw down in the bullpen. I think that's Matt Dahlke starting to throw.
That was a tremendous block by Sims, shifting to his right. That pitch was in the left-handed batter's box.
1 ball and 1 strike the count. Ready to go. Here is Sue. And time called. Triplett will step off. For BYU, it's Austin Deming running at third base. At second base, it's going to be Abraham Valdez. And then Danny Jelilich running over at first. Good speed over at first base. The Utah Valley outfield playing a few steps back. Alexander Marco playing deep out there in right center field. Or kind of straight away right. The 1-1 pitch on its way, and that one's a line drive into left center field. 1 run will score. Here comes Valdez around third. Putting the brakes on is Jelilich, and he just gets under the tag at second. And it's 6-2 BYU here in the third. And again, another 2-out base hit that turns into runs for the opponent for Utah Valley.
Next up for the Cougars, number
I
8,
thought maybe Utah Valley there was going to get Jelilich, but Jelilich alert there just to get back underneath the tag. Here's second baseman Brian Call. Triplett working from the stretch, and I believe those 2 runners, however, will be charged to the starter, Mason Gray. The pitch on the outside corner for a called strike. Even Jelilich out there at second is Mason Gray's responsibility. The only runner on the base pass now that would get charged to Triplett is the runner over at first. First pitch to call in there for a strike.
And you mentioned it, Ryan. A leadoff single, but everything else coming with 2 outs in this inning.
Triplett ready to go. Checks the runner, Jelilich at second, and the pitch on its way. Call swings through it, and it's 0-2 here on Brian Call.
And you go back to the walk to Jelilich with 2 outs. You bring up Sue, who is having such a tremendous season for BYU. You can't afford to walk a guy, put guys on bases for Sue when you have 2 down.
Brock Hale on deck for BYU, and the 0-2 pitch about ready to come home to call. They're going to throw back to second to get Jelilich just underneath the tag. Trevor Howell at short thought Utah Valley had him. He was taking a couple of steps toward that third base dugout. But nonetheless, a nice job by Jelilich just to get back underneath the tag right there. Trevor Howell again sneaking in behind Jelilich. However, it will be hard to get him here now. Jelilich a little more prepared that Utah Valley knows he's there. Call swings, hits this one to right. Marco takes about 3 steps to the warning track and watches it fly away. A 3-run homer for Brian Call, and BYU has opened this one wide open here in the third. A 9-2 lead for the Cougars. Not bad for your first collegiate hit.
Not at all. And he is jacked, and rightfully so.
That one, I didn't see where the ball ended up, but that one probably hit the road for sure. No, okay.
It hit the rocks right in front of the on-ramp onto Interstate 15. That was an absolute blast, and as you mentioned, his first collegiate base hit.
I knew it was somewhere at least at the road. A 9-2 lead for BYU, a 5-run top of the third inning. Here's Brock Hale with 2 outs. And the first pitch, a fastball in there for a strike, and for a ball, sorry. It's 1-0. Hale 2 for 2. A 2-run homer back in the first to deep left center, and a 2-run single back in the second. And the 1-0 pitch on its way, low and outside for a ball. And it's 2 balls and no strikes on Brock Hale. Dahlke, the right-hander, I believe, still throwing in the Wolverine bullpen. It is Dahlke. He got the start in that game in Provo a couple of weeks back. The 2-0 pitch, low ball 3, and it's 3 balls and no strikes here on Brock Hale. Jackson Clough on deck for the Cougars. Triplett ready to come home. 3-0 as Hale takes all the way, and that one's in there for a strike at the knees. It's 3 balls and a strike on Brock Hale. We talked about making sure that BYU couldn't get the big inning, and it turned into the big inning here in the third. 3-1 pitch. Hale swings, hits this one to left. Barry chasing it over towards the line. He is going to reach up on the warning track and make the catch. And the top of the third is over. But a 5-run third inning capped by a 3-run shot from Brian Call. And BYU has opened this one up. A 9-2 Cougar lead. We head to the bottom of the third here on GoUVU.com and the WAC Digital Network. Bottom of the third inning here at UCCU Ballpark in Orem, Utah. A fun, I don't want to say promotion in between innings, but shortstop Trevor Howell proposing to his girlfriend. And I'm just assuming from the view I had from up here, I may have put the binoculars on, Jordan. Not to be creepy, but just to watch it,
I-
I think she said yes.
I can confirm that.
Here's Jake Berry. It'll be Berry, Hall, and Howell coming up here for the Wolverines. Ben Weiss will start here the third inning, and he'll wind and deliver the first pitch. Fastball outside for ball one. 1 ball and no strikes. What I don't know is if having a 9-2 lead in the third might change Mike Littlewood's plan for a staff day. And I wonder if he might let Ben Weiss go a couple, maybe maybe at least 2 innings here. We'll see as the 1-0 pitch to Jake Berry. A fastball outside, ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. Here on Berry. Ready to go. The left-hander, Ben Weiss, has the sign and has the pitch that he wants. And the 2-0 pitch, fastball, misses high, ball 3. And it's 3 balls and no strikes on Jake Berry. Berry was able to go deep on Sunday for the Wolverines, and what's just been a slow start to the season for Jake Berry. Had a 2-hit ball game against UC Irvine. That one inside and tight. Ball 4, the leadoff man on here in the third for the Wolverines.
So Howell proposes, gets engaged just now on the third baseline, and now he's swinging the bat with the donut on out in the on-deck circle.
I really wonder because that's quite the transition to go to. To go from. Congratulations to Trevor and that as well, but that's going to be quite the adrenaline rush to shift from there. Here is Cody Hall now, the second baseman. 1 for 1, a single and a run scored. And BYU, just like that, will start getting a right-hander warming up in the bullpen as Weiss misses away with the fastball. 1 ball and no strikes. It's Jared Lesser, the junior from Price, Utah, warming up. Lesser was the starter back 2 weeks ago in that game over at Miller Park. It started with just a nice little rain shower that came through. 1 ball and no strikes, the count here on Cody Hall. And the pitch on its way. Fastball misses outside, ball 2. And it's 2 balls and no strikes here on Cody Hall. And now you're going to have the pitching coach. That is going to be Michael Bradshaw coming out here to talk with Weiss right here. Weiss played at Salt Lake Community College as a junior college transfer here to BYU, and Cody Hall played at Salt Lake Community College. So, there's some connections here that I'm really kind of wondering about.
Some brewing on brewing action here.
And we'll see here as Cody Hall will get ready to stand back in as the conference on the mound continues here for the Cougars.
Maybe you know what it might be, this conference actually? It's probably like that scene in Bull Durham. They saw Howell got engaged, and absolutely Bradshaw, he's going out there, he's going, all right, listen, what do we get these guys for their wedding? And then the second baseman comes in and goes, well, candlesticks make a nice gift. And he goes, all right, let's get 2.
2 balls and no strikes, the count on Cody Hall. Weiss right now struggling to start the third. Still looking for the strike zone. He comes in here with a fastball at 84 for a strike, and it's 0-1 on Cody, or it's 2-1 on Cody Hall. Pitcher's mound and the batter's box both now covered in shadows here, which will kind of maybe even it up a little bit for the pitchers and the hitters. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Hall shows butt, pops it up, and sends this one back into about the 8th row, 12th row or so, into seats. Nonetheless, at the end of the day, it's a strike, and it evens the count up 2-2.
I think Hall, with Sue holding on the runner at first, he was trying to push that one up the first baseline, see if he could get a base hit out of it.
Sue holding the runner here with the 2-ball, 2-strike count. Weiss takes a look over at first. The pitch blocked in the dirt. It's blocked by Valdez. However, reading it was Jake Berry all the way, and he goes down to second. What I would imagine be a wild pitch. That one in the dirt. Valdez did a nice try to keep it in front of him there, but just couldn't. And the count goes full 3-2 on Cody Hall.
Well, that's the Wolverines want. Just you start chipping away at this lead, down 7 runs, but it is early.
Here's the 3-2 pitch as a ball comes down from the bullpen all the way to the backstop. And Trevor Howell will collect it and throw it up the first baseline to the. That's got a good roll on it. rolled from about the start of the dugout all the way almost to the bullpen. Had a good roll to it. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Ready to go here as the left-hander. Weiss checks the runner at second, comes home, and Hall lines this one into left center field for a base hit. Barry will come around third, and he should score with ease. The relay throw cut off by Clough, and it's a 9-3 lead for BYU on the RBI single from Cody Hall. His second hit of the ball game, and a nice job there for Utah Valley. Is the nice thing is here in the third is if you can just start chipping away, get a run or two here and a run or two there, you might be able to claw your way back into this one as Trevor Howell comes to the plate. Howell struck out back in the first.
But then he got engaged. Let's think about it, all right? He's thinking clearly. He's overjoyed.
Howell stands in. Weiss throws over. You know, a lot of broadcasters, Jordan, don't get to see that. This is the second engagement I've seen in a game that I've broadcasted.
Really?
Yeah.
The first?
The first one happened I think the year before last, down at Desert Hills High School. It was the Thunder and the Spanish Fork Dons. And one of their coaches proposed to his girlfriend before the game. That one's fouled back by Trevor Howell.
Really
no balls and strike.
You really should have led. Sorry for jumping on top of you. You really should have led with one of the coaches. I was getting a little nervous there. I was like, what was sophomore getting married? What? Good heavens.
No balls and a strike here on Trevor Howell. Ready to go. Weiss checks the runner over at first, and the pitch on its way. Low and outside for a ball, and the count evens up at 1-1. The Desert Hills Thunder won that night, so I'm 1-0 in that. Looking at it that way, Jordan, I'm 1-0. So that's got to be a good sign for tonight. Trevor Howell, 1 ball, 1 strike count, and Weiss will throw over to first. Back standing is the runner Hall after his RBI single here a moment ago. Still nobody out in the bottom of the third inning. 9-3 lead for BYU. Hall ready to go, being held on by Sue. Weiss from the stretch. Double play depth up the middle for BYU. And the 1-1 pitch on its way. That one stays high and outside for a ball, and it's 2 balls and a strike here on Trevor Howell. Howell, a senior from the San Diego area. Standing in here trying to get his senior campaign headed in a more northern direction. His batting average a little on the southern side of things right now. South of about 200 as he sends that one foul. He's hitting 167.
Yeah, he's just 3 for 19 this year against left-handed pitchers too. So,
which is really unlike Trevor Howell, because usually he hits left-handed pitching pretty well. And that's just the tough part with baseball sometimes, is you just never know when your season's going to just all of a sudden turn around and really start going. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Weiss kicks, runner takes off, a great jump by Hall, and it's sent foul. Boy, Cody Hall had a great jump there at second base. He would have had second base stolen easily.
That's the second time tonight we saw back in the first inning, Howell's first at bat, that Hall got a great jump on a pitch and Howell just fouled it off. I'm not sure if the hit and run was on there or not, but boy, you really said it, Ryan. Against the left-hander, Weiss, Hall guessed perfectly and could have stolen that standing up.
Pitch on its way. That one outside, ball 3. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes. And normally with a left-hander on the mound and a right-handed hitter at the plate, it's harder to steal second base because that lefty's able to look right over at you the entire time. And then a pitch like the one we just saw before that went a little bit away, there's no way the catcher has a clear path to throw down to second.
Let's see if he takes off here 3-2.
Weiss kicks and comes home. Runner not going. That one inside, ball 4.
Howell right there with the discernment of a man who's been recently engaged. And that is going to do it for Ben Weiss. So Mike Littlewood comes out. He will make the change. Lesser will come into the bullpen, or come in from the bullpen, rather. We will take a short break here on GoUVU.com. 2 men on, nobody out. It's 9-3 BYU in the 4th inning. third inning. We'll be back after this.
Now pitching for Brigham Young, number 22, right-hander Jared Lesser.
New pitcher on for Brigham Young. It is the right-hander, Jared Lesser. This will be his 7th appearance. He's usually a starter. He has started 5 games this season. Has thrown 16 and a third innings, walked 4, struck out 15, has a 6.61 earned run average. Hitters are hitting 324 off the righty. As Ryan mentioned, Lesser started the game over in Provo a couple weeks ago that BYU won. He just pitched 1 inning, gave up 1 hit, no runs, just faced 4 Wolverines. So here is Beltran. Beltran faced Lesser in that game, and he grounded out to first base. So with 2 on and nobody out, BYU leading 9-3 here in the last of the third.
Well, Beltran stands in the box with runners on at first and second. Nobody out. Utah Valley trying to claw their way back. The first pitch on its way. Beltran sends it foul. And snowballs and a strike on Beltran.
And there's no one you'd rather have up there right now if you're Utah Valley than Michael Beltran.
Right now, runners for Utah Valley with good speed on the base paths. A ball in the gap here would be just what the Wolverines ordered. Here's the 0-1 pitch, slow curveball in there for a strike just right around the knees, and it's no balls and 2 strikes. Well, they're underway in the UCCU Center right next door with Cal State Northridge right now on top of UVU. Should have said spoiler alert in case anybody's taping the game. 13-9 Matadors. Here's the 0-2 pitch about ready to come home to Beltran. That one, a fastball missing away for a ball, and that was just thrown there to try to tempt Beltran to chase, and it's 1-2. Cody Hall running at second had an RBI single here in the third, and then it was Trevor Howell who walked. It's the runner over at first. It was one of those opportunities for Utah Valley to have a big inning. Lesser checks the runner, comes home, the 1-2 pitch. Beltran lifts it into shallow center field. Clough going out, Jelic coming in, no one's going to get there. Everybody moves up 90 feet, and the bases are loaded and nobody out, and Alexander Marco is coming to the plate.
Well, when it's going well, it's going well. Beltran, just a bloop, but into no man's land with Jelic playing deep, and the Wolverines have their power hitter up with the bases loaded, as you said, Ryan.
Marco, a 2-run shot in the first inning down the line that just the only question with it was whether it was going to have enough to stay fair or if it was going to go foul. In Marco's case, it stayed fair for a 2-run homer to tie the ball game up. Now Marco just trying to see if he can get a run home. First pitch, fastball at 90 in there for a called strike, and it's 0-1, the count on Alexander Marco.
Yeah, you do not need a base hit if you're the Wolverines to get a run home, though trailing by 6 runs. You'd like to not make an out here, obviously.
No balls and a strike to count here on Marco. The pitch on its way. Marco lines this one into left center field. This could clear the bases. It's going to bounce. Jelilich cuts it off. 1 run is in. Howell is in. Beltran's going to try to score a late hold at third base on a 2-run double for Alexander Marco. It's 9-5 Utah, or 9-5 BYU here in the third.
That was a great job by Dave Carter, the third base coach, holding up Beltran, who's a very fast runner at third base at the last moment, because the relay from Clough was an absolute beauty right to home plate.
That ball, Jelilich able to make, really, I think what made that play, Jordan, for BYU, Jelilich got over and kind of cut it off at just the perfect angle, and the ball just kind of died out there. First pitch to Drew Sims for ball 1 ball and no strikes. I thought initially that ball was going to get all the way to the wall, and Jelilich, had he played it differently or had he ran right at the baseball, that would have gotten to the wall, and Beltran would have scored from first with ease.
Yeah, a nice job by Dave Carter because there are nobody outs. No need to send him there.
1-0 pitch. Sims hits this one well to right. Brock Hale is under it. He'll make the catch. Beltran's going to tag. The relay throw cut off by Sue as Marco slides into third and Beltran scores. And just what you needed if you're Utah Valley, a 4-run third inning, still with 1 out, an opportunity to get another run in with Mick Madsen coming to the plate. Credit Drew Sims with an RBI and a great job with situational hitting.
Absolutely. Driving it the other way. Not only does he get the run from third, but Marco heads to third. Just 1 out in the inning. You still don't need a base hit to score him.
And even here, if you're Utah Valley, if you could get back within 1 or 2, this is what Jordan and I have talked about the last couple of weekends, has been, when you get down, trying to find a way, not necessarily get all the 7 or 8 runs back, but trying to get 4 or 5. It becomes much difficult, though, Jordan, when those spots become a 7, 8, 9 runs that you need. The pitch to Madsen, he takes a big cut and came up empty. No balls and a strike to count here on Mick Madsen.
Well, we saw Madsen on Saturday in the late innings come up with a big triple, knocking in the runs that at the time the Wolverines lengthened their lead.
Lesser from the stretch coming home, and there's a slider in there for a called strike, and it's 0-2 here on Madsen.
And with BYU leading by 3 runs, the infield is back. So Madsen just needs to put the ball in play.
3 of those 4 runs are charged to Ben Weiss, by the way, the left-hander. The only run that was Beltran. Here's the 0-2 pitch. That one just missing high for a ball, and it's 1-2. My first initial thought was that was going to be strike 3.
I think it was a good call, but very close. A tremendous 0-2 pitch from Jared Lesser.
Madsen ready to go. Lesser takes a long look into Valdez behind the plate. And the time called, Madsen will step out. A good time there, called by Mick.
Any ground ball, especially to the middle or any medium deep fly ball, would score a run here for the Wolverines.
The 1-2 pitch swung on and sent foul. And we'll do it again, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Mick Madsen, the son of head coach Eric Madsen. So I guarantee you he knows the intricacies of the game. He knows he needs to put the ball in play here.
Mick Madsen, a tremendous player in high school at American Fork. He played in the state championship his senior year, and American Fork lost the first game. They had to come back and play a second. And that was quite the 2 games. Madsen grounds this one deep in the hole. The runner's going to hold the third. Madsen thrown out over at first. Alexander Marco, I think, kind of delayed at first, and Clough went to first.
I think that was a good decision by Marco. That ball was hit slow on a chop into the hole, and Clough has a great arm. I think he would have been able to get the runner at the plate. So I think a wise decision by Marco at third.
And here's Cade Polson now. Polson 0 for 1 with a strikeout. The ball got away from Valdez, and Valdez threw down to first to retire him. The pitch on its way, and Polson takes that one in there for a called strike, and it evens the count up at 1-1. Polson ready to go back in the box. No balls and a strike. The right-hander Lesser ready to come home, and the pitch. Polson pops it up. Deming going to give it a look in foul territory. He'll run it down on the warning track by the dugout, and the inning's over. But For Utah Valley, you send 8 men to the plate, you get 4 runs back. We head to the 4th, 9-6 BYU here on GoUVU.com and the WAC Digital Network.
Pizza Pie Cafe. Have you had your pizza today? With an all-you-can-eat buffet, pizza, pasta, and salad. Check out Pizza Pie Cafe. Now pitching for the Wolverines, number 37, right-hander Matt Dalkey. Sports medicine is not only for professional athletes, but for athletes of all ages, activities, and abilities. Intermountain Healthcare, Utah Valley Sports Medicine, helping people live the healthiest lives possible. Support Utah Valley scholarships by
New pitcher on for Utah Valley as we head to the 4th inning, 9-6 BYU with the lead. For Dalkey, this will be his 9th appearance. He has thrown 8 2/3 innings. Walked 4, struck out 5. He's had a tough time. Opponents are hitting .452 against the right-hander, who has a 12.46 earned run average. However, Dalkey started the game at BYU a couple weeks ago and pitched very, very well. Went 3 innings, no runs, 2 walks, and 2 strikeouts. Since then, he had a real tough outing against Niagara, in which he gave up 6 runs, and UC Irvine, in which he gave up 3. So he'll look to get back on track against the Cougars. Here in the top of the 4th, he will face Clough, Deming, and McIntyre, 4, 5, and 6 in the BYU order.
Going back to that series last week with Niagara, I think it was Ben Marquesa who was won a Player of the Week award this week up there in the Metro Atlantic Athletic Conference. Marquesa had the 2 home runs in Tuesday night's ball game for the Purple Eagles. Here's Jackson Clough, the first pitch on its way in there for a called strike, and it's 0-1. Not to bring up old wounds or anything for the Wolverines, but just something I was reading today.
Well, in that game a couple weeks ago, Clough flied out twice facing Dalkey.
And the pitch on its way, the 0-1 outside for a ball, and the count moves to 1-1 here on Dalkey. The sun beginning to set over Utah Lake behind us here. Ready to go, the 1-1 pitch on its way, low and inside for a ball. It's 2 balls and a strike here on Clough.
Well, Ryan, if you're Utah Valley, after scoring 4 runs in the last of the 3rd, you need a shutdown inning here.
Here's the 2-1 pitch. That one right on the corner, but misses high and outside, ball 3. It's 3-1. The last thing you want to do is give the momentum back in favor of BYU. Here's a 3-1 to Clough on its way. He sends this one foul, and it's 3-2. Players out on the berm here tonight. Well, not players, but people. There's some people down there in baseball jerseys, so I would imagine they're players somewhere.
They're playing, exactly. They're playing for somebody.
3 balls and 2 strikes the count. Dalkey ready to go on the mound as he kicks and delivers with the 3-2 pitch. Clough again sending this one foul. Back over towards the Newvie Basketball Center, just right next to us here. And right next to the Newvie Basketball Center is, well, the UCCU Center, which is busy tonight with first round of the CBI going on. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Dalkey kicks and comes home, and this one's going to be a one-hopper right to Howell. He fields it cleanly, throws high to first, and off the glove of Cade Polson, who went leaping in the air. And that would be, I would imagine, an E6 on Trevor Howell, and Clough will reach. Clough aboard for the second time tonight, the leadoff man on for the Cougars, and that brings up the DH, Austin Deming. Deming flew out to center field and singled and came around to score a run back in the third inning. Ready to go here, the right-hander Dalkey on the mound, ready and to come home. First pitch, and Deming takes low for a ball, and it's 1 ball and no strikes.
It is an absolutely picturesque, gorgeous night here in Orem. As you mentioned, Ryan, the sun has set, but the Wasatch Mountains beyond left and center field still aglow in the sunshine.
And the strike gets in there. It's 1 ball. And
snap throw there from Sims, but well laid.
It was 2017, the state tournament for what was then, I believe, a 3A classification. The 1-1 pitch outside. It was between Snow Canyon and Dixie, where Austin Deming went to school. And Snow Canyon looked like they were going to force a second game. And the reason why I mention this is Deming may not have the best of memories on this field. And then all of a sudden, bottom of the 7th inning, it was Cooper Vest from Dixie that hit a walk-off home run to right center field. That one sent down the line. Deming's going to keep this one fair. Going from first to third is going to be Clough. He'll be held there. To throw gets past the cutoff man. Clough will score. Deming had taken a hard turn when the throw came in. It was just misplayed by Utah Valley, and Clough will score. It's 10-6 BYU.
So the error comes back to bite the Wolverines, and now a second error will plate a run.
What I didn't see, because I was watching the runner, was whether that's going to be an E4 on the cutoff or if it's going to go against Howell again. We'll have to wait and see. We haven't seen the official ruling come through yet. And here is McIntyre, who's 0 for 2. Ready to go here. Dalkey will look in to McIntyre. The pitch, this one, inside for a ball, and it's 1-1. They've charged the second error. It's going to be a throwing error by Alexander Marco, so it's going to be an E9. The second Utah Valley error of the inning, and now Deming is over at first, being held on by Cade Polson. The 1-0 pitch on its way, swung out and missed, and it evens the count up at 1-1 on Mitch McIntyre. Not that I'm an expert on, Snow Canyon High School baseball, because they're down in St. George, but Cade Polson, I think it was his senior year, Maple Mountain played in a tournament down there at Snow Canyon High School, and they played a game, the championship game of the tournament, Jordan, that started at like 9:45, 10 o'clock at night down there. I wasn't on that trip, but some of my colleagues in another area of broadcasting that I help out with was down there, and that game started late that night. The pitch on its way, inside and low for a ball, and it's 2 balls and a strike.
Well, it's a slugfest tonight here, so we may be going late as well.
2 balls and a strike here on McIntyre. Deming gets his lead over at first. Pitch on its way, and McIntyre fouls it back, and we'll do it again. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
That pitch was not a bad pitch that Deming hit down the right field line. He just kind of sliced it down there, and it barely landed foul, or fair rather. But it's the errors, throwing errors here, 2 in the inning for the Wolverines that have haunted them.
BYU with 10 runs on 10 hits here so far as McIntyre pulls it foul, and we'll do it again. And what you just want to see if you're Utah Valley as another right-hander starts to throw for the Wolverines, you would just like to be able to get out of an inning with no damage done, because if not, you're constantly playing from behind is really tough to work through, especially when you get later on in the season, because your energy level is just not there. The 2-2 pitch about ready to come to McIntyre. That one blocked in the dirt by Sims, and the count goes full 3-2.
That right-hander in the bullpen is Travis Parker for Utah Valley.
McIntyre will have the count go full. Deming the runner over at first. 1 run in for the Cougars here already. Yeah, I was thinking we might get out of the ballpark here tonight. Just enough time to head over to the UCCU Center. Maybe catch, final few minutes of the basketball game. 3-2 pitch, low ball 4, and now runners on at first and second. However, though, they only have 8 minutes left in the first quarter. And we're in the top of the fourth, so right now I don't know if we're going to quite make it over there tonight, Jordan, but runners will be on at first and second. Here's Casey Jacobson. Still, there's no place I'd rather be than sharing a Tuesday evening at the ballpark than with you, Jordan.
Thank you very much, Ryan. I feel the same. After careful consideration, I feel the same.
So 1 ball. Jacobson stands in here. Nobody out still in the top of the fourth. Dalkey ready to go, and the first pitch to Jacobson. A slow curveball outside for a ball, and it's 1 ball and no strikes.
Well, if you're Eric Matson, you got to be careful here. It's a 4-run game, so you're still in it, but another big inning from the Cougars, and they'll open it up. And Dalkey having a tough time finding the strike zone right now.
And that's just been kind of the sign of the Utah Valley season. It's been the Wolverines are off to a slow start. Only 3 wins so far through, and we're just a little over a month in to the season at this point. And the 1-0 pitch to Jacobson swung on and lifted out into pretty deep center field. Beltran will get back. He'll make the catch. Tagging and going from second to third. The runner's going to tag from first to second. They're going to get McIntyre for the second out of the inning.
What a throw by Michael Beltran from the deepest part of the yard.
That is a throw that's put right on the money. You have to kind of like the attempt there if you're BYU to try to see if they couldn't steal the base. And with 2 outs, it's going to bring up Abraham Valdez. The reason why I say try to steal the base, that's usually is not a time when you're going to see people try to tag up. But there, a nice try by the Cougars. McIntyre with great speed. That just highlights the great throw that comes in from Michael Beltran. And here's Valdez, and the first pitch, a curveball outside for a ball. 1-0, and if you're Utah Valley now, you could get out of this with only 1 run across, which would be a victory for the Wolverines. Dalkey working here from the stretch. Checks the runner at third, and the 1-0 pitch on its way. Valdez takes that one at the knees for a strike, and it's 1-1 on Valdez. Jelich on deck for the Cougars. Dalkey right now ready to go to work from the stretch. And the pitch on its way is lifted into right center field, slicing away. Beltran over in the gap, runs it down, and the inning is over. BYU adds 1 here in the fourth. We head to the bottom of the fourth. A 10-6 lead for BYU here on the WAC Digital Network and GoUVU.com. Bottom of the fourth inning here at UCCU Ballpark, as it will be 8-9-1. Payson Hayes, Jake Berry, and Cody Hall coming up for the Wolverines, as we will see Payson Hayes, who's 0 for 1, grounded out to third, and his only plate appearance of the ball game back in the second. Starting to cool off here a little bit at the ballpark tonight. Pitch on its way, and Hayes grounds this one deep in the hole at short. Fielded by the shortstop Clough, who makes a long throw in time as he was going away from the first base bag. An excellent defensive play there from Jackson Clough, and there's one gone. And that will bring up Jake Berry. Berry walked back in the third and came around to score a run for the Wolverines. His only plate appearance. Really a good at-bat for Jake Berry to work the count the way he did. And got it back into his favor and drew the walk. First pitch to Berry in there at the knees for a strike. And it's 0-1 here on Jake Berry. Jared Lesser, the right-hander, ready to go to work again. No action in the BYU bullpen. The pitch in there at the knees for a strike, and it's 0-2. We were told that we could see a lot of different pitchers tonight for BYU. The only question, I think, was how many we would see. Here's the 0-2 pitch, right on the corner for a ball. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes here on Jake Berry. Traditionally, we've seen it sometimes where we see 8-9 pitchers, at least, where it's one pitcher an inning almost. We've seen it other times where it's been maybe 3 or 4, just depending on really the schedule and when these games are played. This is one of the earliest, though, that I've seen both of these games played.
It is. We usually see BYU in April or May as well, but not this year.
Ground ball cut off by Jacobson, and he's not going to make the play as he loses the baseball. Wasn't sure if he was going to let that one go for Clough or not. And a tough play up the middle. Jacobson trying to cut it off, going across the diamond. And I think that really, with the way Berry runs, that was probably what needed to happen. But we'll wait and see. Berry will be on at first. Second time he's been aboard tonight. And it looks like they're going to give him a base hit. Here's Cody Hall, 2 for 2 with an RBI on the night for the Utah Valley second baseman. Ready to go, the first pitch. Breaking ball in there at the knees for a called strike. And it's 0-1 on Cody Hall. Trevor Howell on deck for Utah Valley. The 0-1 pitch ready to go. Berry gets his lead at first, being held on by first baseman Sue. That one blocked in the dirt. Nice job by Valdez to keep that one in front of him. Evens the count up at 1-1. Some interesting scores from throughout the WAC today.
Indeed, on the out-of-town scoreboard, Northern Colorado beat Colorado State Pueblo 17-7. Chicago State got a win. They beat Northern Illinois 10-8. UT Rio Grande Valley is currently leading Texas A&M Corpus Christi 5-0. That game in the bottom of the 8th inning down in Corpus Christi.
1 ball and 1 strike to count. The pitch on its way. Hall checks his swing. Ball gets away from Valdez. Going down to second. The ball gets past the shortstop. The second baseman. Call covering the bag. Clough right there to back it up. And Berry reaches there. Will reach second base.
Some other scores that are interesting to keep an eye on. Sacramento State leading San Jose State 3-2. That game in the 5th inning in California state capital. The big one tonight that I'm really interested to see, New Mexico State visiting the University of Arizona. That one should get underway in about 20 minutes.
Pitch on its way, blocked in the dirt again by Valdez, 3-1. Arizona playing at High Corbett Field, which is the former spring training home of the Colorado Rockies before they moved more up into the Phoenix area. 3 balls and a strike to count on Cody Hall. Should see something good to hit here with 1 gone in the bottom of the 4th. Lesser checks the runner at second. And the pitch on its way. Hall hits this one out into right center field. Coming over is Jolich. He'll run it down for the second out of the inning. He'll spin and throw that one in. And with 2 gone, we'll see Trevor Howell here in the 4th. Already the 3rd time through the lineup. if you're the Wolverines tonight. This is the third time through that you're facing BYU pitching. However, I don't think you're going to see a pitcher tonight really go one complete time through the order, especially I don't think for BYU. The Cougars starting to get a right-hander up. This is the ninth batter that Lesser has faced. He came in right after Trevor Howell, who was the last hitter to face Weiss back in the third. So with 2 outs, here's Trevor Howell. Pitch on its way. Bunt shown, pulls it back, and takes ball 1. Trevor Howell's been around the program. This is his senior year. We've seen him for the last 3 years. Started as a second baseman, but one of my best moments was talking with Trevor last year before the series at Southern Cal. Talking to him around the batting cage about his approach to hitting, and the 1-0 pitch on its way home, and that one's going to be one hopped over to short. Up with it, Clough fires over to first in time to get Howell, and the inning is over. Utah Valley gets 1 on the base paths. However, they strand him. We head to the 5th. BYU 10, Utah Valley 6. Here on GoUVU.com and the WAC Digital Network.
Check out the UVU bookstore for the latest Adidas Wolverine apparel. Your campus, your needs, your store. The UVU bookstore, located at the heart of Utah Valley University. A sharp, high-performance, multi-function copier starting at just $89 per month can help your office do more. Only from Les Olson Company. Visit lesolson.com/special for more information.
Top of the 5th inning here at UCCU Ballpark in Orem, Utah. It's a 10-6 lead for BYU on top of Utah Valley. And the right-hander Matt Dahlke will go back to work right here. He'll face 9-1-2, Jelilich, Sue, and Call. Not an easy part of the lineup. BYU's getting ready to start their 4th time through tonight against Utah Valley pitching. And we'll send it over to Jordan Pianucci. Jordan, Utah Valley really just needing to maybe put up some zeros and get back up in the bottom half of the innings here.
Indeed, a 4-run lead is not all that daunting, at least tonight. There's been just one inning in which either team has not scored a run, and that was the last of the 4th, just a half inning ago. The Wolverines went down with a runner at base. They stranded on base. They stranded him. Ball misses down low. Here's one swung on by Jelilich into shallow foul territory down the right field line. And the count's 1-1. Jelilich has scored 2 runs tonight. He has bounced into a fielder's choice and walked. He's 0 for 1 officially. The 1-1, whoa, that one went behind him. A breaking ball that got away from Dahlke. Just a 76-mile-an-hour curveball that slipped out of his hand. 2-1 the count. Well, the light's beginning to take full effect here in Orem, and the wind now beginning to gust out toward right field. There's a strike called on the inside corner, and it's 2-2. From the windup, Dahlke, who faced these Cougars at Miller Park earlier this season, winds and fires. 2-2 is chopped foul near the third base on deck circle, and we'll do it again. A fastball there from Dahlke. A pretty good-sized crowd. Everybody who came earlier in short sleeves in the sunshine, well, they're pulling the blankets out, putting the hoods up, because it is getting chilly. 2-2. Curveball misses down low, smothered by Sims, and the count is full. Well, if the Wolverines could just put up a 0 would have a chance at getting back into this. The Cougars have scored 2 in the first, 2 in the second, 5 in the third, and 1 in the fourth. Now a little roller and a broken bat down the third baseline, foul. How often do you see that? Wow. The answer is not often. That ball came in on the hands, bore in on Jelilich, and the bat broke off at the handle. I can't recall a time I've seen that. Maybe one time I've seen that in the years I've been doing these games. Wow. 3-2 swung on and missed. Nice job by Dalkey coming back. Struck him out with a high fastball, and Jelilich is retired for the first time tonight.
Now batting for the Cougars, number 13.
That is Dalkey's first strikeout. So the barrel just flew off, landed on the grass in the infield, but and Jelilich can't be happy. Those bats aren't cheap. Here is Sue, who's had a tremendous night at the plate. He takes a ball down low. He is 2 for 2 with 2 RBIs. He's scored 3 runs, and he's also walked. Sue's batting average on the year is up to .422. He takes a strike at the knees, and it's 1-1. Dalkey peers in, the right-hander. Ball in glove. Now he winds and fires. A swing and a bloop into shallow center field. Beltran sprinting in, but going back, backpedaling is Hall, the second baseman. He makes the grab as he falls down onto his backside, and there are 2 away. A nice job by Cody Hall. That's not an easy play, going back on a pop fly like that in shallow right center. So here is Call. Well, this will be a night Brian Call will remember perhaps forever. His first collegiate hit was a 3-run home run. That was his last at bat as a fastball is in there for a called strike to him. He is 1 for 2 with a walk. He hit a 3-run home run over the right field wall, and it was a no-doubter, I should say. Fastball misses high and away. I say the fastball, that was the changeup, I beg your pardon. And it's 1-1 to Brian Call, who this was the first collegiate game that he's played in, and his first hit was a 3-run home run. Ball misses outside to the kid from Park City, and it's 2-1. BYU has 14 young men on the roster from the state of Utah. The 2-1 coming from Dalkey. A swing and a chopper off home plate. Sims will field it in foul territory and then fire down to first, but it's a foul ball. Randy Upton made the call early. Base is empty. 2 outs here in the top of the 5th inning. BYU leading Utah Valley 10-6. The 2-2, swing and a 3 chopper to Hall. He plays the short hop, throws the first, and the inning's over. The first time in this ball game that Utah Valley has retired the Cougars in order. We head to the last of the 5th inning. It'll be Howell, Beltran, and Marco coming up. Utah Valley trailing BYU 10-6. believe I said 3 or 2, 3, and 4 due up for Utah Valley. It'll be 3, 4, and 5, Beltran, Marco, and Sims. The Wolverines trailing 10-6 as we begin the last of the 5th inning here in Orem. So Beltran, who came into the ball game batting .362, the pitch to him, a swing and a ground ball foul on the third base side. Beltran blooped one into center field for a base hit back in the 3rd inning. Part of a 3-run 3rd inning for the Wolverines. Or a 4-run 3rd inning, I beg your pardon. There's one high over the head of the catcher Valdez into the backstop. Jared Lesser back out there on the mound for the Cougars. A swing and a miss at a breaking ball by Beltran, and it's 1-2. Lesser had that rough 3rd inning, but he really settled in last inning in the 4th, giving up an infield single, but retiring the Wolverines otherwise in uneventful fashion. There's a little bloop into right field, but back and making the play is called maybe just a step onto the outfield grass, and there is one down. So here is Alexander Marco. He hit a 2-run home run in the 1st inning, and he came up with a 2-run double in the 3rd. So he's had a nice night. 4 RBIs, but the Wolverines need base runners here. Lesser working quickly. First pitch curveball misses down for ball 1. For Marco, that was his 4th homer of the year. The 1-0 pitch. Slider in there for a called strike on the inside, and it's 1-1. Well, on the out-of-town scoreboard, Sacramento State has extended their lead over San Jose State. 6-2, the Hornets lead that game in the 5th inning. Fastball misses outside, and it's 2-1 to Marco. UT Rio Grande Valley, they're leading Texas A&M Corpus Christi 5-0 that game in the 9th. From the windup, Lesser with the 2-1 pitch. It's swung on and missed. A breaking ball. And it's 2-2 from Marco. Sims is on deck. Nobody on. 1 out in the 5th. 10-6. BYU leading. And then, of course, in just a few minutes, New Mexico State and Arizona will get underway in Tucson. The 2-2 coming. Lesser in a nice groove. The pitch. A swing and a foul back to the screen. Lesser, man, he reached back there. A 90-mile-an-hour fastball. And Marco did a nice job just to get a bat on it. New Mexico State has had the best record of any WAC team. There have been no WAC series yet, but the Aggies are 15-4. Curveball comes in, and it hits Marco, and he will take first base. Hit him on the left forearm, left shoulder area. So there's a mistake from Lesser. The Wolverines have a base runner. So here's Drew Sims. Sims hit a fly ball to right field in his last at-bat with a man at third base, so he picked up a sacrifice fly, an RBI. Open stance for the catcher out of Southern California. The Wolverine coaching staff so high on Drew Sims, particularly behind the plate. He's been tremendous defensively. The pitch, curveball, stays up high for ball 1. We'll look at some WCC scores for any Cougar fans listening in or watching on the WAC Digital Network. Welcome. Nevada and St. Mary's played earlier. The Wolfpack beat the Gales 6-5. Pepperdine is trailing Minnesota 12-11. That game in the top of the 9th. 1-0 pitch, a fastball misses up. Yeah, that was the changeup, I beg your pardon, and it's 2-0. Fresno State leading Pacific 7-2. That game in the 2nd inning. And Loyola Marymount leading San Diego State 1-0 in the 3rd. 2-0 to Sims. A man at first, one out. Lesser in his third inning of work. The 2-0 pitch coming. Here it is. Curveball. High. Ball 3. 3-0 to Drew Sims. San Francisco and California, they'll get underway in Berkeley in about 6 minutes. And San Diego leading CS Fullerton 1-0. That game in the second. The 3-0 pitch to Sims. Fastball catches the outside corner and just barely catches the outside corner. It's 3-1. Sims, of course, the catcher, he's not going to complain much to home plate umpire Randy Upton because he wants to get that call for his guys. And Randy Upton has, for the most part tonight, been giving a little bit off the corners. The 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, but the ball goes to the backstop. Heading to second. That has to be a pass ball. That looked like a fastball up in the zone. And Sims whiffed on it, but Valdez couldn't squeeze it, and it goes to the backstop. So Marco heads to second. On what will indeed be a pass ball. 1 out, a man in scoring position for the Wolverines trying to claw their way back in this. 3-2 pitch to Sims, swung on, lifted into right field. Coming in is Hale. He'll make the grab. Marco will stay put at second as Hale fires it in, and there are 2 away. So it's up to Mick Matson here in the Wolverine 5th inning. Matson, a right-handed hitter, 0 for 2. He's bounced out to shortstop tonight twice. Curveball misses inside, ball 1. Mick Matson, Wolverine fans know, but he is Eric Matson's son, a freshman out of American Fork, of course, named for the great Mickey Mantle, the tremendous Hall of Fame Yankee slugger. And we have a defensive change as well in this inning. Kringland has taken over for Sue at first base. Is that right, Ryan? Okay. A ball misses up high, and it's 2-0. So Kringland, who hits the ball well himself, but Sue has been just crushing the ball. So that's good news if you're the Utah Valley pitching staff. So hopefully Sue is not injured. He's just getting the rest of the night off. But yeah, I didn't see anything where he could have injured himself.
Kringland's been primarily an outfielder at BYU, and I know this year they've been trying to get him some time over at first. I think mainly to keep that bat in the lineup.
2-0 is fouled back to the screen. A fastball to Matson, and it's 2-1. So if we get any word, we'll pass it along. Marco at second. He was hit by a pitch. 2 outs in the inning. 2-1 to Matson. Lesser set. Here it comes. And a fastball stays way up high, and it's 3-1. Matson came into the ballgame batting just 194 in 36 at-bats this season. He's getting the start because Paul Estrada, the Wolverines' regular third baseman, was hit by a pitch on the wrist on Friday night against Niagara. So he's nursing that injury. The 3-1 coming. Here it is. Matson takes a ball just above the belt, and he has himself a walk. 2 men on, 2 men out, and the batter will be Cade Polson. That was a good at-bat by the freshman. That was not an easy pitch to take, and we're going to have a trip to the mound from Michael Bradshaw, the Cougars pitching. Is that Littlewood, or is it Michael Bradshaw? I think Brad, can't tell. Either way, Lesser's night is over. We're going to have a right-hander coming in for the Cougars. That is indeed Mike Littlewood, the head coach out there, making the change. So we'll take a quick break on Go UVU. 2 men on, 2 men out. The Cougars leading 10-6 in the 5th. We'll be back after this.
New pitcher on for BYU. It will be right-hander Blake Inouye. Inouye on the year, 0-1 with a 3.86 ERA, making his 10th appearance on the year. He's made 2 starts for this Cougar Ball Club. 14 innings pitched, 15 hits, 6 runs, all earned, 5 walks to 18 strikeouts. We saw Blake Inouye against Utah Valley back in that first one. He went 3 innings, only allowed 2 hits, 1 walk, and 4 strikeouts. He came into the ball game at a time when Utah Valley had loaded the bases with Cade Polson coming to the plate. So now a big opportunity here, Jordan, for Cade Polson to try to see if they can extend the inning here. And a base hit here for Utah Valley potentially brings home another run.
Indeed, and it puts them right back in the game. They trail 10-6. Righty versus righty. Polson 0 for 2 tonight. And a fastball from Inouye misses up high, ball 1. Polson hitting .237 on the season. No home runs. 7 RBIs. Not great speed on the base paths. Matson pretty good speed at first. The 1-0, a swing and a foul ball slicing out of play down the right field line. And it's 1-1 to Polson. Well, BYU has scored in 4 of the 5 innings we've played tonight. Utah Valley scored 2 in the first, 4 in the third. And that's where we are. 10-6 in the last of the 5th. Cougars up. 1-1 pitch. A fastball on the inside corner called for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. Should Polson reach, Payson Hayes would be the batter. The outfield medium deep, straight away for BYU. That wind gusting out toward right field. From the stretch, Inouye checks the runner at second for a long time. Now he kicks and fires, and it's a ball in the dirt that Polson lays off. A breaking ball from Inouye, and it's 2-2. Polson hitting just .231 with runners on this season. The 2-2 pitch from Inouye. A swing and a high fly ball, deep right center field, but Jelilich is going to make the grab just shy of the warning track to the right of the 388 marker. A nice play by Jelilich to get a jump on that ball, and the inning is over. The Wolverines get a couple base runners, but they leave them stranded, no runs. We head to the 6th inning. The Cougars 10, the Wolverines 6. Inning number 6. Brigham Young leading Utah Valley 10-6. Hale, Clough, and Deming, the heart of BYU's order, due up. Matt Dahlke back out on the mound for the Wolverines, working his 3rd inning. Jordan Bianucci alongside Ryan Pickens, a pleasure to have you with us. The pitch And a breaking ball in there for a called strike. That was a good-looking curve on the outside, knee-high to Hale. Hale has been sensational. He hit a 2-run home run in the first inning, singled in 2 more in the second, flew out to deep left field in the third. Here's a sharply hit ground ball to the left of Matson at third. He gloves it, throws across the diamond, and there's 1 away. Well, you know, Matson has been pretty good at the plate when you consider he's a freshman. I'm talking this past series, and he's giving his dad a real tough decision as to when Estrada comes back, because he's playing a tremendous third base right now, and that's nothing against Paul Estrada, who's great at third base. But there has to be some way. I think Eric would like to keep him in the lineup, get him some more at-bats, and see him progress as the left-handed hitting Clough takes a ball outside.
And that's kind of the tough part when you get to this point of the season, is you're 19, 20 games in, getting ready to start play for the WAC, and now there becomes a little bit more of a pressure on your season. Now you have to finish in the top 6. It starts to become more about, okay, what has worked so far and what hasn't worked. And I think the impressive thing, like you mentioned, we knew defensively it's not as big of an adjustment.
Here's a fly ball lifted down the left field line. Foul territory, giving chase as Howell. He slides. He makes the grab. A great play by the recently engaged Trevor Howell in foul territory. Boy, he got out there near the bullpen in a hurry, and Clough is retired. 2 away. If you are just joining us between innings back in the second inning, Trevor Howell proposed to his girlfriend, now fiance, on the field in between right in the middle of inning number 3, actually. It was, pretty cool. So 2 away. Here's Deming. Takes a strike on the outside corner at the knees.
Going back, Jordan, just really quick to Mick Madsen. You knew the glove could be there really early on, but I think the at-bats, even though it hasn't really correlated to batting average, you've seen him step in, be willing to work counts, find pitches that he knows he can hit, and I think that's been kind of the impressive thing with Mick Madsen. You have to remember, too, he hasn't played baseball in 2 years, so he's coming back this season the first time since high school in seeing live pitching and live game action.
Fastball at the knees, 0-2 to Deming. The pitch, fastball misses outside, and it's 1-2. After the mission, he has come back and all things considered, as you said, looked solid, especially at third base. I've really been impressed. Really smooth over there. The 1-2 coming. A swing and a slowly hit ball to first. Pulls into his right. Now he underhands to Dahlke covering, and the inning is over. Dahlke has retired the last 8 batters he's faced. He is really in a groove. The Wolverines need runs, though. We head to the last of the 6th inning. Brigham Young 10, Utah Valley 6. Blake Inoue back out on the mound for the Cougars. They lead Utah Valley 10-6, looking for the series sweep, or the season series sweep for 2019. Payson Hayes, Jake Berry, and Cody Hall, 8-9-1 due up for Team Green. All right, fellas, we got the in-between inning promotion went a little long. You got to get off the field. There you go.
Did they win it, though? It was a father-son home run derby.
I don't think so. First pitch to Payson Hayes, in there for a called strike. They put a tee out there behind third base, and then if you can hit it over the outfield wall, which is not all that deep, you win. What do you
Dinner,
win?
I think.
You win dinner?
Yeah.
The one strike pitch, curveball, and a beauty right there at the knees to Hayes, strike 2. Where's the dinner from?
That I didn't catch. I can't remember. I don't think we're eligible to win, so.
That's disappointing. Let's get real. We're not hitting a home run off a tee anyway. Wow. Strike 3 called right on the inside corner. A fastball froze pace, and Hayes, good-looking pitch there from Inoue. That is his first strikeout. Inoue came in last inning. He faced just Cade Polson and retired him with 2 men on. So here is Barry with the bases empty and 1 out. Barry singled, a little infield single in the 4th inning. He walked in the 3rd and scored a run. Inoue delivers a fastball, and Barry swings and misses. You don't think that was maybe they hit it over the wall, they get a meal and a couple beverages at the hitching post?
I don't think so. I know it wasn't there, Jordan. I know that much.
All right. Seems like a pretty good prize, though. The 0-1 misses, and it's 1-1 to Barry. Where else? Carrabba's. That's a fine choice here in the Orem area.
I'm trying to remember. I don't think I've been there.
Oh yeah. Let's head there after. Ryan, after these long games, swing and a miss here from Barry. It's 1-2, win or lose. I say we find our own table at Carrabba's. Because if you go there long enough, they'll recognize our voices, I assume, eventually. You'll say something like, I'll have the chicken carrabba with a side of spaghetti, meat sauce.
So it's an Italian place.
It is an Italian, yeah.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
And they'll say, wait a minute, are you Ryan Pickens? And the voice of the Wolverines? And, of course, you'll say, no, I get that all the time, because you don't want to be bothered during dinner. You just want to enjoy yourself as a ball is fouled off. 1-2 to Barry. Base is empty, 1 out in the bottom of the 6th inning. 10-6, Cougars leading. Inoue working. He throws, ground ball to third base, tough hop, and it caroms off the glove of Jacobson and into left field. So the Wolverines have a base runner. That will be an error. A tough one because it was a wicked short hop that Jacobson just couldn't corral. So here's Hall back to the top of the order.
Those are the times as an infielder you really just want to try to keep it on the infield, and you just kind of go, well, I did the best I could. And right there, not much more that Jacobson could have done than what he already did on that play.
I bet you Jacobson does not see a whole lot of bad hops over at Miller Park. They have the new sports turf over there, and it plays very consistent. Not so much here on the dirt and grass. First pitch curveball right at the knees to Hall, the true leadoff man. He has singled twice tonight. Also has an RBI. He is 2 for 3 rather. Righty versus righty. It's the first time Inoue has faced Hall tonight. The 1-strike offering. Fastball, he spiked it right out in front of home plate. A nice job by Valdez to knock it down. And it's 1-1. Nobody up in the Brigham Young bullpen. Inoue looking for the ground ball. The Wolverines looking for more base runners, trailing by 4. There's a line drive base hit into right center field. Digging around second and heading for third is Hall. He makes it. That is Barry. He makes it. Hall is in there with the single, and there are runners on the corners. That ball was hit hard off the bat of Hall. Hale in right field did a nice job to cut it off, but 2 on, 1 out, and here is Howell.
And Cody Hall starting to swing a really hot bat for Utah Valley. Had a pretty good weekend against UC Irvine. Now really starting to kind of get it going. So that's a great time for him to be in the leadoff spot. If you're Utah Valley, that leadoff guy has to try to find a way to get on base, whether it's taking pitches and drawing walks or getting base hits like that. That's going to be crucial with whack play right around the corner.
Trevor Howell looking for his first base hit of the night. 2 men on, 1 man out. A ball medium deep in the outfield would score a run for Utah Valley. A ground ball could mean the end of the inning. Howell, a right-handed hitter, even stance. Inouye throws. Curveballs taken for a strike on the outside corner. And Inouye's really found that curveball here. Looks very good as a right-hander begins to get loose for Utah Valley.
I think that's the 3rd straight hitter he started off first pitch curveball.
We will see what he comes with here. The Wolverines trailing 10-6, looking to get back in this. The pitch to Howell. Swing and a foul back. An 87-mile-an-hour fastball down in the zone, and quickly it's 0-2. Well, if you're Howell, you don't want to ground into a double play, of course, but especially because Beltran, your best hitter, is on deck. The outfield medium deep and straight away for BYU. Kringland holding on Hall at first base. Barry a couple steps off the third base bag. Utah Valley just on the cusp of making this a competitive ball game once again. Inouye, set. The 2-strike offer incoming. Here it is. A swing and a ground ball foul, third base side. That was a breaking ball, very low in the zone. Howell nearly dropped to one knee and got a piece of it, so he is in protect mode, obviously 0-2 here. That wind really gusting out toward right field. Trevor Howell has struggled at the plate this season, hitting just 165. Inouye taking a long time. Valdez drops the sign. Now we're ready. The 2-strike pitch. Fastball just missed outside. That's a good-looking 0-2. At 87 miles an hour, Howell did a nice job to lay off. Howell peering into the dugout. Eric Matson gives him the sign. The 1-2 pitch. Fastball swung on and missed. Belt high, 88 miles an hour. The second strikeout for Inouye, and there are 2 away. A huge strikeout. Now the Wolverines will need a base hit or a BYU defensive mistake to score a run. Beltran tonight is 1 for 3. He blooped a single back in the 3rd inning. Came around to score. That was the Wolverine big inning. They scored 4 runs. Although in that inning they had a man at 3rd and less than 2 outs, and they could not bring him home. 2 outs, 2 men on. 10-6 BYU. The pitch. And a fastball misses away, ball 1. Beltran hitting .361 on the year, hitting .321 with runners on. Inouye trying to work around an error and a single. The pitch inside, and it's ball 2. A breaking ball. Changeup missed from Blake Inouye. And it's 2-0. So Beltran should see something pretty good, and he has good protection by him in Marco, who has homered and doubled tonight. So a big opportunity for Utah Valley. The pitch. Fastball misses down low, and it is 3-0. So we will see if Beltran, who has swung the bat so well this season, gets the green light.
In that first matchup, we saw Blake Inouye really just be able to throw up anything, and Utah Valley swung at it early in a lot of counts tonight. They're making Inouye throw strikes.
Inouye, the senior, delivers a ball down low, and the bases are loaded. Nice at bat by Michael Beltran. And here is Marco, and this is perhaps the best opportunity the Wolverines have had to score all night long. Marco represents the tying run. Bases loaded, 2 outs.
The toughest thing here as a hitter, Jordan, is to go up there and to make sure you don't try to do too much. Just getting a base hit here gets 1 run in and just keep this going. The worst thing you could try to do, I think, as a hitter is to go up there thinking, I need to hit a big fly right now.
Indeed. And I think a base hit with 2 outs would most likely, you would think, score 2. The pitch to Marco, curveball, in there at 69 miles an hour, a beauty for strike one. As I mentioned, Marco hit a 2-run home run in the first inning, doubled in 2 more in the third. He was hit by a pitch in the fifth, hitting .361. In a way, bearing down. Ball behind his right hip. Now Marco takes time. In a way, out of Henderson, Nevada, right there near Las Vegas. Bent at the waist, peers in. Now comes set. The 1-strike offering to Marco. A swing and a 1-hopper to the second baseman. Call has it, throws to first, low, and it's dropped by Kringlen. Kringlen couldn't dig it out. The throw to third, and he's out! Hall would rounded the third base bag, and he can't believe it. He thought he dove back in under the tag, and here comes Eric Madsen. He's not happy. Jared Ferens made that call at third base, and Eric Madsen can't believe it. Obviously, Jared Ferens had a much better view than we do, but that's a huge call. The Wolverine rally is stifled. 1 run comes in to score, but the inning is over. 10-7, BYU leads as we head to the 7th. Wow. We do not have the benefit of a television replay, so you assume Ferens made the right call, but boy, from up here it looked like Hall made it under the tag. A nice job by Kringlen after being unable to dig that ball out in the dirt, firing across the diamond to third, where Hall had rounded third base just a little too aggressively, apparently, and he was thrown out trying to get back to the bag.
And Utah Valley third base coach Dave Carter was right there, and Jared Ferens got in good position to make the call. I mean, it's not like he was out of position, and I mean, just kind of one of those tough plays sometimes, those 50-50 plays that can go either way.
So we head to the 7th inning. It's 10-7 BYU on GoUVU.com. Fans, don't forget to stick around for the post-game show. We will name our Wilkinson's Trophy Player of the Game. With 41 years of experience, Wilkinson's Trophy is your place for awards, screen printing, embroidery, and name badges. Check out selections online at wilkinsonstrophy.com. New right-hander in for Utah Valley to pitch the 7th. It is Travis Parker. This will be his 9th appearance. He's thrown 8 1/3. He's given up 2 home runs this year. Opposing hitters are hitting .368, and he has an ERA over 9. So Parker looking to get back on track here. He will face McIntyre to begin the inning, and here with the play-by-play is Ryan Pickens.
Thank you, Jordan. Parker delivers a first pitch fastball right on the outside corner at 90 miles an hour on the black, and it's no balls and a strike. Not much there that McIntyre would be able to do with it, even if he swung and made contact, and no balls and a strike the count here on McIntyre. The pitch on its way, blocked in the dirt for a ball, and the count moves to 1-1.
And I believe I neglected to mention the score. It is 10-7 BYU.
Travis Parker ready to come home again. Working from the stretch as Travis typically does. The pitch, there's a one-hopper to Howell, who comes up with it, throws across the diamond, a close play, and they barely got him by maybe a half a step. McIntyre, who runs well, is retired, and there's one away in the 7th. Here is third baseman Casey Jacobson, who's 0 for 3. Well, over in the UCCU Center, they're just about to go to the under 12 media timeout. Utah Valley leading 64-59. So here's Casey Jacobson. First pitch, fastball, and that one's fouled back, and it's 0-1 at 90 miles an hour here from Travis Parker. Parker with great velocity. The problem so far this year for Travis Parker has been trying to make sure he can control that over the zone for a strike. No balls and a strike. Parker kicks and comes home. A slow curveball there right on the outer half, but this one misses for a ball. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike here on Casey Jacobson. Jacobson, a strikeout, a pop out, and a fly out. From the stretch, the pitch on its way. Fastball, outside, ball 2, and it's 2 balls and a strike. Jacobson, 5 hits and 28 at-bats on the season. Hasn't played a lot of everyday third base for the Cougars. Jackson Clough has been there majority of the time. Tonight, Clough, though, playing shortstop. 2-1 pitch on its way, rolled foul, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. For BYU at this point, they're into their conference schedule, so the Cougars are going to try for sure to figure some things out heading into Portland this weekend. BYU dropping 2 of 3 over the weekend to Gonzaga, and that's a big early season conference series. Here's the 2-2 pitch, about ready to come home, and there's a slow curveball high and tight, ball 3, and it's 3 balls and 2 strikes on Jacobson. Parker ready to get back up on the mound, looking into Drew Sims to get the sign. And the 3-2 pitch on its way home, and that one rolled foul over by the Utah Valley dugout.
Well, for Parker right now, it's all about continuing the success the Wolverine pitchers have had in the middle innings. Dahlke retired BYU in order in the 5th. He retired him in order in the 6th, and Parker has retired the first man he's faced here in the 7th.
Biggest thing Utah Valley could do is pitch well here in the 7th. The 3-2 pitch misses for ball 4, and Jacobson draws a 1-out walk. Because if Utah Valley can at least keep this one close, one of the big things that hurt Utah Valley over the weekend was the big innings. UC Irvine Sunday using a 5-run second and a 5-run 4th to really open this one up, but then it was late inning runs given up in the game Saturday that really hurt Utah Valley. And you go back to Friday night, again, it was late inning runs, 5 runs in the 8th and then 3 runs in the 9th, where UC Irvine, who was well in control of that one, really kind of added on. First pitch, a fastball low and away to Abraham Valdez. Valdez 2 for 3, so I think Utah Valley has a arm warming up down in the bullpen.
Yeah, that's Romeo Carrillo down there.
Parker.
Sorry to cut you off, Ryan. We saw Parker really struggle with his control on Sunday.
The 1-0 pitch fouled away at the plate, and it evens the count up at 1-1. Travis Parker working right here, trying to he's got great stuff. If he can command it, boy, he'd be a nice back inning arm for head coach Eric Madsen.
Yeah, it was Parker we saw earlier this year against BYU in the last of the 8th inning. Bases loaded tie game. He came in and delivers one pitch, fastball that Clough was looking for, and he lined it into right field, and BYU ultimately won that game.
That one inside and tight, Valdez backing up, and it's 2-1 here on Valdez. You have to deal with Gelilich on deck, and then back to the top of the lineup and Keaton Kringlin. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Parker gets the sign and comes home. Fastball, this one above the belt for ball 3, and it's 3-1 on Valdez. And the thing is, if you're this Utah Valley pitching staff, if you could maybe just build some confidence, maybe have some smaller outings, but maybe get 2 or 3 small successes, you might be able to kind of maybe turn things around, but it's really been the bullpen that has struggled. Here's a 3-1, one hopper to Howell. He comes up with it. His only play is going to be first. He's going to get the hitter Valdez at first. Jacobson, however, moving up to second base. That one just kind of hit the grass and just dropped. And had that one kind of bounced up, Howell may have had a quick turn to haul. It would have been very close, and I don't know in that case if you would have even wanted to risk it there. You wanted to make sure you at least got the one out, and with 2 outs, you bring up Danny Gelilich.
Yeah, all your momentum right there is taking you in toward that first base line. I think it would have been a really, even if, as you mentioned, it would have been hit a little harder, been a real tough play to go to second.
Gelilich hitting the fielder's choice, walked, and this one hits him square in the back, and Gelilich will go down to first base. And with 2 outs in the inning, runners on at first and second, here comes Keaton Kringlen. So Gelilich will go down to first base, and here's Kringlen. Kringlen's first at bat, but Kringlen's been around this BYU program. He's played some outfield, he's played some first base, was a shortstop in high school. Time called, and Kringlen will step out of the box. No action in that BYU bullpen, and now I think where they're looking over at first base, Gelilich still kind of walking it off a little bit with first base coach Trent Pratt. I think they're wanting to make sure he's okay. And we'll see here, one of the big reserve outfielders is Jaron Hall for BYU, who is also a reserve quarterback on the football team. I wonder if they might consider pulling Gelilich here at the end of the inning. The pitch inside and tight, and this hits Kringlen, and the bases are full of Cougars with 2 outs in the 7th.
And we have seen this all year, and Eric Matson has 2, and he's seen enough tonight. He's heading out to the mound. Parker just has had a tough time with the control late, so Romeo Carrillo will come into the game.
We'll go ahead here and step aside on GoUVU.com. It's a 10-7 lead for BYU. The Cougars have the bases full. We'll come back here to Orem in a moment.
Well, Utah Valley trails 10-7, but BYU has the bases loaded with 2 outs. They're looking to put this one away as Eric Matson makes a pitching change. It'll be the right-hander, Romeo Carrillo. This will be his 7th appearance. He's thrown 7 innings. He's walked 4, struck out 5. Opponents are hitting .323 against the right-hander. He has a 7.71 earned run average. The 5'11", 185-pound freshman out of Palmdale, California. We've seen good stuff from Carrillo. He had a rough outing against UC Irvine over the weekend. That was on Saturday. Gave up 3 runs in just a third of an inning. He will face Call, who has homered in this game in just the first collegiate game he's played this season. Carrillo, I believe he did pitch against BYU earlier this year. He went 1 2/3 of an innings, gave up 2 hits, and gave up 1 earned run. A huge moment for the Utah Valley right-hander, trying to keep this one close. 10-7, as I mentioned. And again, Ryan, Travis Parker, just having a tough time finding the command this season.
And especially it seems to get worse when guys get on base. He got the first hitter, McIntyre, to ground out, and then he walked Jacobson, got Valdez, but then once he hit Gelilich, then it kind of changed things a little bit. Back-to-back hit batters for for Travis Parker. His night comes to an end, and now it will be Carrillo coming in to face Call. First pitch on its way to Call. He swings through it and misses. Strike one. It's 0-1 on Call.
Well, when Carrillo has had the command, he's been very good.
He's had some good outings throughout the year for Utah Valley. And now something I think got on the field. The home plate umpire, Randy Upton, there's a ball. There's a tennis ball, looks like, that got on the field. Randy Upton pointing to Mick Madsen, and he ran down there and was able to throw it back onto the berm.
Yeah, one of the kids over there playing catch.
No balls and a strike on Call. Bases full of Cougars. And the pitch on its way to Call. That one's going to be lined into left center field. Beltran coming on. He's not going to get there. One run is in. Here comes Jelilich behind him, and BYU has scored 2 in the 7th with 2 outs. It's 12-7 BYU. And Call continues to have a night. That is, I believe, his 5th RBI of the night. 2nd hit. And they're still not done. Now you have to face the dangerous Brock Hale.
What a debut for Call.
Hale, 2 for 4. A home run and a single. And Brian Call, maybe, we talked about Mick Madsen earlier, pressuring head coach Eric Madsen for Utah Valley. Brian Call maybe saying to Coach Littlewood, hey, I had a couple hits in my first game. Slow curveball away for ball 1 to Brock Hale. It's 1 ball and no strikes here on Hale. Keaton Kringlin running out at second base. Brian Call over at first for BYU. They're underway down in Tucson, Jordan.
Indeed they are, and the Aggies have jumped out. New Mexico State leading Arizona 3-0 that game in the top of the first.
That would be a nice win for New Mexico State to pick up maybe in the RPI. For sure here to kind of see. New Mexico State's been receiving some votes in some of the top 25 polls. 1 ball and no strikes. The pitch on its way. There's a fastball right on the outside corner and low for a strike. It evens the count up at 1-1. And that would be big if you're the Western Athletic Conference, if you can get New Mexico State ranked. Because of the fact that then if New Mexico State, say they stayed ranked or pretty close throughout the rest of the season and they didn't win the WAC tournament, they might have a case for a potential in at-large. The pitch on its way outside for a ball. 2 balls and a strike here on Hale. We've never seen the WAC get 2 teams into the NCAA tournament. And a lot of things would obviously have to happen for that to come into play, but if you're New Mexico State right now, all those wins kind of help that cause, because we've seen right now anyway that the number 1 team or number 1 seed heading into that WAC tournament in May hasn't been the team that's come out victorious. The 2-1 pitch, Hale checks his swing, makes contact, and sends it well foul down on the concourse between section 1 and 2 down the right field line.
Yeah, right now New Mexico State's RPI is at 126. So, and to give you an idea, BYU's is at 119. And that's just to tell you who they've played, how good those opponents have been, and how good those opponents have been against other teams they've played.
2 balls and 2 strikes, and the pitch on its way home, low and blocked in the dirt ball 3, and the count goes full 3-2 on Hale. If you're Utah Valley, you're just trying to get out of the inning here with limited damage done, 2 runs already in.
To give you an idea, Utah Valley 252 in the RPI right now. New Mexico State, they open up conference play. You mentioned this weekend. They're facing CSU Bakersfield. That one down in Las Cruces.
3-2 pitch on its way. Hale swings and lifts it foul, and we'll do it again. And that's not a gimme for New Mexico State. CSU Bakersfield playing some good baseball. Had a successful trip, I want to say, over to Hawaii over the long week. Well, not a long weekend, but I'm sure it was a long weekend being in Hawaii. But
yeah, it's brutal being in Hawaii.
3 balls and 2 strikes. The runners will be on the move here as the pitch comes in, and Hale takes this one to center. Beltran going back a few steps, gets under it, makes the catch. He dropped it. 1 run is going to score. The second run coming behind. The 1-hop throw to the plate is going to be in time, and they're going to cut down call at the plate, but Kringlen scores, and it's a 13-7 lead now for BYU on an E8 to end the inning. Cougars lead by 6. We head to the bottom of the 7th here on GoUVU.com and the WAC Digital Network after the break.
In the top of the 7th for the Cougars, 3 runs on a hit, 1 error, and 1 left on base. Ladies and gentlemen, on your feet, it's time for the 7th inning stretch, and take me out to the ball game.
Bottom of the 7th inning here at UCCU Ballpark in Orem, Utah. And it will be Drew Sims, Mick Madsen, and Cade Polson coming up against Blake Inouye here in the bottom of the 7th inning. And for Utah Valley, not what you wanted to do is give up 3 runs in the top of the 7th inning. As Sims sends this one foul, and it snowballs in a strike. The third Wolverine error going to be charged on the night. This one going to Michael Beltran in center field. And that could have been disastrous to keep the inning alive. Luckily, they got Call at the plate. I don't think Call was necessarily expecting. I think he was just running the 0-1 pitch, and Sims takes this one right back up the middle for a base hit off Inouye. And Drew Sims is on to start the bottom of the 7th inning. So Utah Valley looking to see if they can maybe put some offense together and see BYU's going to get an arm start to get loose down there in the bullpen. And here is Mick Madsen. Madsen, a pair of groundouts to go along with a walk on the night, 0 for 2. And Madsen will stand in here ready to go.
Well, if you're Utah Valley, you just keep digging yourself deeper and deeper into these holes.
Pitch on its way. Madsen takes that one inside for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes the count. That's just under 7 minutes to go over in the UCCU Center. Utah Valley on top of CSU Northridge, 75-68. The pitch on its way, the 1-0, and Madsen sends this one through the right side for a base hit. Takes it the other way, and Utah Valley with back-to-back singles against Inouye now have runners on at first and second. Nobody out, and here's Cade Polson. And if you're Utah Valley, you would love to try to see if you could get a big inning here against the Cougars, as they're going to get Reed McLaughlin warming up down in their bullpen. And right now, Jordan, if you're Utah Valley, you need some good at-bats and maybe string together some more hits.
Yeah, and if you could have come up with a shutdown inning last inning, now you're looking at the tying run at the plate rather than down 6 runs.
An 0 for 3 Cade Polson stands in.
All right, I'm done harping on it.
Polson, a fly out to right, a foul out to first, and a strikeout on the evening. And the pitch on its way, low for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes. The last time Utah Valley will see BYU this season, the only other real in-state opponent left is University of Utah. I think Utah Valley will play them both times in the month of April this year. The 1-0 pitch about ready to come home. And here's Polson, who takes it on the outside corner. This one a called strike, and it's 1-1. That game with Utah, the first meeting, is going to come up at Smith's Ballpark on April 16th. And then April 23rd, Utah will return the favor, come down here to UCCU Ballpark. 1 ball and 1 strike to count on Cade Polson. Inouye ready to go, checks the runner at second, and comes home. Polson lets that one go, and that one's low and outside for a ball. It's 2-1 the count here on Cade Polson. Payson Hayes in the on-deck circle for the Wolverines. Right here, Inouye comes set on the mound, checks the runner out at second. That's Drew Sims. The 2-1 pitch, Polson fouls it back, and it evens the count up at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, Polson was the face batter that Inouye faced coming in the fifth, and Polson gave one a ride to deep right center field, but a nice play by Jelilich ended the inning.
Polson in his junior campaign from nearby Mapleton, Utah, about 15 minutes or so down the road south here of Orem. Here's the 2-2 pitch, slow curveball, and Polson fouls this one away. That curveball came in at 68 miles an hour. Inouye touches around 90 with the fastball, and so to go down to 68, you could tell Polson was out in front of that one there, just barely making contact to stay alive, and we'll do it again, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Polson, 14 hits in his first 60 at-bats, has pretty much been the regular at first base. The pitch blocked in the dirt, ball 3, the count goes full. A good take by Cade Polson, as it will be Valdez who wants a new baseball for his pitcher. Drew Sims singled up the middle. Mick Madsen went the other way to right. The 2 Wolverine base runners here in the inning. They're running on at second base and also over at first base respectively. Here's the 3-2 pitch. The wind and the delivery, outside, ball 4, and Utah Valley has loaded the bases here in the 7th inning. If you're the Wolverines, this is kind of a must-have inning to get some runs back, as it will bring up Payson Hayes. Checking to see if Mike Littlewood's going to stick with the right-hander. It looks like he will not. He will come out of the dugout here and make the pitching change here at the UCCU ballpark. We'll take a break, and we will come back and introduce you to the new right-hander for BYU. 13-7 lead for the Cougars on top of the Wolverines. Utah Valley has the bases loaded with nobody out after the break on GoUVU.com.
Now pitching for Brigham Young, number 31, right-hander Reed McLaughlin.
Utah Valley has the bases loaded with nobody out in the 7th. They trail 13-7. The new pitcher for BYU is Reed McLaughlin. This will be his 8th appearance. He's thrown 15 2/3 innings, given up just 2 earned runs, 4 walks, 17 strikeouts. Opponents are hitting just .211 off him. Has an ERA of 1.15. The freshman out of Scottsdale, Arizona, has been an absolute stud this year. For the Cougars, he will face Payson Hayes.
Well, this kind of lets you know what Mike Littlewood is thinking right now. He is throwing some of his back-end better arms here of the evening. And here is Payson Hayes with the bases full of Wolverines. Utah Valley looking to try to see if they can keep this 7th inning rally going. With nobody out, the first pitch to Hayes, he swings and fouls this one back to the screen. Drew Sims, the runner at third. Mick Madsen at second. Over at first is Cade Polson.
McLaughlin pitched this past weekend against Gonzaga. That was on Thursday night. He went 3 1/3, gave up just 1 run. And he struck out 5. So just more evidence that he has been nearly lights out this season for BYU.
Utah Valley faced McLaughlin back a couple of weeks back at Miller Park. McLaughlin went an inning and a third, no hits, 1 strikeout. Here's the 0-1 pitch on its way, and Hayes swings through it, and it's no balls and 2 strikes on Payson Hayes.
Yeah, good-looking slider there from McLaughlin right on the outside corner.
This is one, if you're head coach Eric Madsen, I'm sure you'd almost like to have a left-handed bat available to come off the bench. But looking down the Utah Valley reserves, there's not a lot of left-handed batters sitting on the bench that you can really use in the 7th inning without them having to come in the ball game and play defensively. And there's a base hit to left field for Payson Hayes. 1 run is in. Here comes Madsen around third. The throw is going to 1-hop and be up the line, and sliding in is Madsen. The ball skips away from the catcher Valdez, and going down to third is Cade Polson. It's 13-9 BYU.
That's huge for Payson Hayes, who has struggled so mightily this season. Get him some confidence, a big 2-run base hit.
Nice job there for Payson Hayes, a clutch hit, and now you go to one of the hotter bats in the Utah Valley lineup, and that's Jake Berry. The tying run for the Wolverines now sits in the on-deck circle with the leadoff man, Cody Hall. McLaughlin taking a little bit of a break here as Valdez comes out to set the defense for BYU. Cade Polson running over at third base, Payson Hayes over at first. Kringlin will hold on Hayes, and the first pitch about to come home, and that one's low for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes to count on Jake Berry.
Boy, has this been a different game compared to our first game with BYU and Utah Valley back in a couple weeks ago, a 1-1 game in the 8th. Right now it's 13-9.
It was a pitcher's duel for the most part. I mean, we were out of there just a little past 9, and we're 10 minutes, about 7-8 minutes to 9 here. That one fouled back by Jake Berry, and the count evens up at 1 ball and 1 strike. This one, an offensive slugfest. 13 runs on 11 hits and 3 errors for the Cougars. Utah Valley, 9 runs on 10 hits and 3 errors. Utah Valley's been able to hit. They hit in the UC Irvine series. They just had a hard time producing those hits into runs. With a 1-1 pitch, about ready to come home to Jake Berry. And this one inside and tight. In fact, I think it might have hit Berry. That's what they're going to say. And Berry's going to go to first, and the bases are, and they're going to tell Berry to get back in the box. I think they're going to call it a foul ball. And Randy Upton, off comes the mask, and here comes Eric Madsen out of the dugout. And that definitely made contact. And I think what they're going to say is that I think Randy Upton's saying that it must have hit the knob of the bat. And now they're going to award Jake Berry first base. I think they were going to look to see if there was a mark or something there on his hand, and now the bases are loaded again.
Yeah, Berry showed him his right wrist where that ball came in and hit him, and there was a red mark there. And I was looking through the binoculars, and that's a nice job by Randy Upton to not stick with your original plan or your original call, knowing that it was wrong. That's a good umpire. That's a good move.
BYU head coach Mike Littlewood, no protest at all. So Mike Littlewood must have saw it as well, or at least been willing to live with it. Now the tying run at the plate, and here's Cody Hall. Bases loaded for Utah Valley in the bottom of the 7th. 2 runs already in, 13-9 lead for BYU. McLaughlin ready to go, comes in. That one low and away, blocked in the dirt by Valdez. 1 ball and no strikes to count here on Hall. Couple of things to keep in mind here. You got to remember, BYU with the backup well, maybe not the backup catcher, but not the usual starter. Noah Hill has been the starter most of the year for this BYU team. He's not in the ball game, so a ball in the dirt you have to be a little bit more careful of here. McLaughlin also having to throw, and it is a cool night at the ballpark. 1 ball and no strikes to count. The right-hander ready to go here, and McLaughlin comes in. This was going to be a ground ball, could be 2. It's going to get 1 run in. They're going to get the out at second, and that's it. So, however, coming in to score from third is Cade Polson, and it's 13-10 right now. A nice job there from Hall just to get the run in. And here's Trevor Howell. So now there's only one gone, and Howell comes to the plate with runners still on the corners. If you're BYU there, you're just happy to get some kind of an out here, and now it will be Howell. Howell will look to try to see here if he can get some kind of a clutch RBI base hit right here. McLaughlin from the stretch, and he delivers, and Howell sends this one well foul down towards the batting cage area down the right field line. 13-10, a big extra run coming in for the Wolverines.
We apologize for just a moment of technical difficulty with, if you're listening just on the audio on the Stretch internet. A ground ball hit to the second baseman. The Wolverines could not, or excuse me, the Cougars couldn't turn two. A run came in to score. So runners on the corners, 13-10 BYU, one out in the eighth.
And Howell ready to go here at the plate. No balls and one strike to count here on the Wolverine shortstop. This would be a clutch time for Trevor Howell to come through with a hit to keep the inning alive. No action in the BYU bullpen. McLaughlin comes inside and tight for a called strike, and it's 0-2 here on Trevor Howell. That inside corner has been the pitcher's call for a majority of the ballgame. The tough part is, it's hard. There's not really much you can do with that as a hitter. No balls and two strikes here on Howell. From the stretch, McLaughlin comes set, checks the runner over at third base. And the 0-2 pitch inside and tight, and that came up and hit Howell. So McLaughlin has been living on the inside corner, and he gets hit. And Howell going to go down there, and now I think they're going to take, they call time here. And Howell going to kind of walk it off a little bit over at first. And now Michael Beltran coming to the plate, and the bases are loaded again here for Utah Valley.
And who would you rather have up there, Beltran, and you have Marco in the on deck circle?
The eighth Wolverine to come to the plate here in the inning happens to be the one leading in batting average on the year. The tying run now on the base pass. The pitch, Beltran pops this one up behind home plate. Giving it a look, Valdez, who will foul. He will run out of room. I think he was trying to make a sliding catch up against right in front of the home plate area there. And it will be no balls and a strike here on Beltran. Beltran standing back in here with one gone. Hayes the runner at third. Hall the runner at second, and Howell the runner at first. Great speed on the base paths here. A ball in the gap, and BYU's center fielder, Jelilich, playing shallow in center field. No balls and a strike to count. McLaughlin coming in. Beltran sends this one to center. This is going to fall. Hayes will score. Hall gets the sign around third. The relay throw is going to be cut off, and Utah Valley's back within one here in the seventh. A 5-run seventh inning, and it's not over yet. The tying run now in scoring position, and Michael Beltran delivers a 2-run single back up the middle, and the ninth man to come to the plate here in the inning is going to be Alexander Marco, and quickly BYU is going to get some action going up in the bullpen, and they're going to warm up Drew Zimmerman. The right-hander will come in, will start to throw down there with the tying run now in scoring position. Utah Valley getting an arm ready as well down in their bullpen.
Now the Wolverines, with just one out, you wanted to stay out of that ground ball.
The pitch on its way to Marcos takes a big cut and swung through it. No balls and a strike to count. An elevated fastball. I don't blame Alexander Marco for taking a cut.
No, he saw an elevated pitch back in the first, and he hit it over the left field wall, doubled in 2 more in the third. Swinging the bat very well.
Marco 2 for 3 with 4 RBIs tonight. He's got 4 home runs and 14 runs batted in this year. Here's the 0-1 pitch about ready to come to Marco. Right on the corner with a fastball, and it's 0-2. On deck is Drew Sims, who started this inning with a base hit. Reed McLaughlin has been knocked around here so far for the BYU Cougars. McLaughlin taking a long look in here to Valdez behind the plate. Ready to go, checks the runners, comes home high with the fastball, 1 ball and 2 strikes. They count on Alexander Marco. Lots of energy coming from that Utah Valley dugout. We've not seen that kind of energy from the Utah Valley dugout in quite a few games.
Oh, a rally, you get the fans back into it. It's a different feeling down there.
Ready to go. Here's the 1-2 pitch. On its way home. Marco lines this one softly to short. They're going to make the play, and it was Clough who quickly tried to double off the runner Howell at second base, but Howell able to dive back. And with 2 outs now, Drew Sims comes to the plate. And the Wolverines bat around here in the inning, here in the 7th. And Drew Sims, who singled to start this inning, will stand in. Sims, the sophomore catcher, will stand in. Has had some clutch base hits for Utah Valley this season, including a 9th inning home run at Fresno State to give Utah Valley the lead. Takes a first pitch with the curveball in there for a strike, and it's 0-1. Trevor Howell at second, Michael Beltran running over at first. It was Beltran who tied it with a base hit in the 7th. Utah Valley with 5 runs in this inning. Here's the 0-1 pitch. About ready to come to Drew Sims. On its way. Sims took a big cut at an elevated fastball and missed. No balls and 2 strikes. He was trying to hit that one into the newly filled fountain out in deep left center field. Well,
Yeah.
I guess deep left field.
Just a little too high. Let her high fastball at 88. You're going to have a tough time getting the bat on that.
No balls and 2 strikes. McLaughlin checks the runner, comes home. The pitch high with the fastball. 1-2 now on Drew Sims. You can tell McLaughlin wanted to go back to that high fastball and challenge Sims. This time, Sims lays off. McLaughlin working here from the stretch. Looking into Valdez to get the sign. Time call, and Sims will step out of the box. Well, 40 seconds to go over the UCCU Center, an 88-84 lead for Utah Valley. And it looks like Utah Valley might have just turned it over, Jordan. But now back to baseball. 1-2 the count on Drew Sims. Valdez comes home, and Sims makes contact, sends this one foul again, and we'll do it again. 1 ball and 2 strikes here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th inning. Tied at 12 right here. Utah Valley chipping back into this one like we talked about. We were waiting for Utah Valley to kind of have that feeling of being able to punch back at some point in the season. Who best to do that with against your crosstown rivals? The pitch. Sims grounds this one to short. Clough goes the short way to second, and the inning is over. But 5 runs in for the Wolverines. It's 13-12. We head to the 8th here after the break on GoUVU.com and the WAC Digital Network. Top of the 8th inning here at the UCCU ballpark in Orem, Utah. 13-12, BYU leading Utah Valley. I have to correct myself. I think I said Michael Beltran in the bottom of the inning had a game-tying 2-run single. Utah Valley still trails this game by 1, but with that 5-run inning, able to really chip into that BYU lead at 13-12. Now the biggest question is Utah Valley needs to find a way to get some outs here. The biggest thing they could do is put up a 0 here in the 8th for BYU. It won't be easy. It's going to be Clough, Deming, and McIntyre coming up here for BYU, and with the play-by-play is Jordan Bianucci. Jordan?
Thanks very much, Ryan. Carrillo delivers a first pitch, ball down, or excuse me, a first pitch looked like a slider down low in the zone, but Clough took a cut and just got a piece of it. So it's 0-1. Righty versus lefty. Carrillo came into the game. Last inning gave up a 2-run single, but then that was it. He got out of the inning as the ball misses down low, breaking ball. 1-1 to Clough. Clough has singled. He's also reached on an error. He's also scored a run. The 1-1, a swing and a chopper to short. Charging is Howell. He has it, takes his time, throws to first high, and he gets the speedy Clough by a half a step, 1 away. Well, as you mentioned, Ryan, a 5 spot put up in the last of the 7th by the Wolverines. They will not go away. This game has been a wild one, just back and forth.
And, we've seen some very interesting games between these two, but I don't remember a slugfest like this.
A swing and a slow roller to first. Polson has it. He'll take it himself, and Deming is retired on 1 pitch, 2 away.
You just kind of feel the momentum kind of shifting a little bit to Utah Valley right now. Jordan, this is a big thing. Now you got 2 outs, and you have to get that final out. It's not easy with McIntyre.
Indeed, McIntyre coming up. He does not have a hit tonight. He is 0 for 3. He walked back in the 4th inning. Was eventually thrown out trying to take second as a ball misses down low. He was trying to tag from first to take second, and Beltran threw him out on a long fly ball. 1-0 to him. Fastball right there on the outside corner. That's a good-looking pitch from Carrillo. A right-hander getting up. There's a long, high drive down the left field line, hooking foul into the corner, just shy of a home run, but in foul territory. Down the left field line at UCCU Ballpark, you have the foul pole. Then about 4 or 5 feet into foul territory, the wall jets in at a right angle. And so you kind of have to play pinball out there on balls hit down the line. It's a quirky outfield here at UCCU. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a chopper foul, first base side. And we'll do it again. A nice breaking ball there from Carrillo. I like it. I think a lot of people, I'll speak for myself. It's fun. You have 427 in deep left center. It's not just kind of a cookie cutter outfield like you see at a lot of places. The 1-2 pitch, a swing and a slow roller, right side of the mound. Carrillo gloves it. He tags out McIntyre and Romeo Carrillo with a shutdown inning. Well done. We head to the last of the 8th inning. The Wolverines trailing 13-12. It'll be Matson, Polson, and Hayes. You're listening to Utah Valley Baseball on GoUVU.com.
Bottom of the 8th inning here at UCCU Ballpark in Orem, Utah. New pitcher on for BYU. It will be the right-hander from Lehigh, Utah, number 24, Drew Zimmerman. Zimmerman 1-0 on the year with a 3.57 ERA, making his 10th appearance. He's made 2 starts to this Cougar squad. 2 saves, 17 2/3 innings, 14 hits, 7 runs all earned, 11 walks, and 12 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .215 off the right-hander, who, Jordan, one thing to note, he has given up 3 home runs on the year. I think we have a new catcher in the game, too.
I believe it is. Is that Hill behind home plate?
I believe so. I think it's number 2.
Matson swings at the first pitch and pops it up. Foul territory, first base side. Kringlen giving chase. He's going to run out of room. So Hill, their starting catcher, their usual starting catcher, comes in. Zimmerman, the righty, working from the windup. The pitch to the freshman Matson. A swing and a liner on the first base side. Foul. A good pitch by Zimmerman, jamming Matson, and it's quickly 0-2. Matson singled back in that 5-run 7th inning for Utah Valley, where they rallied. They trailed just 13-12. The 0-2 from Zimmerman. Fastball. It gets by the catcher. It was a swing and a miss, but Matson's going to take first. Hill couldn't find it, so a strikeout, and Matson takes first. There's a break for the Wolverines.
And really, if you're Utah Valley, Jordan, I know it's early to say that, you haven't gotten a lot of those kind of breaks this year. And so you just kind of hope that right there, a heads-up play by Mick Matson, noticing, hey, that's strike 3, and then, oh, he doesn't know where the ball's at. I'm just going to sprint to first.
Absolutely, a heads-up play. And the tying run is on, nobody out. Here is Polson. Polson walked and scored a run, part of that 5-run 7th. Looking for his first hit tonight. Matson, the tying run, held on by Kringlen. Zimmerman set at the belt. The kick, the throw, and Paulson lays down a beautiful bunt on the third base side. Charging is Jacobson. He throws to first, wide, and it's down the right field line, but a great backup play by the second baseman. He throws to third, but not in time. Matson takes third. What a bunt by Polson. Tremendous job. And then a game-saving possibly play. Not a game-saving play, but he keeps it tied. The second baseman, Call, backing up at third base, made a great job to keep that ball from heading down the right field line. He saves a run.
You know, it's something that you're taught, in Little League to back up that throw, Jordan. And how many infielders go, I really don't want to do that. And then here in this kind of a case, you get to college baseball, and there it is. They just do a nice job there at that backup. And like you said, if he's not there, that's down the line. And this is a tie ball game, and Cade Polson's probably on second base.
Yeah, Cole was able to make a throw to third, but Matson was there. Runners on the corners, nobody out. Hayes at the plate. The ball gets by Hill, but just onto the grass behind the batter's area, and Matson wisely stays put at third. The Wolverines do not need a base hit to tie this game.
I think Joldy Watts at first base there, Jordan, really wanting Cade Polson to take off there for second base with that ball skipping past him.
He would be the go-ahead run. Hayes had a 2-run single last inning. Zimmerman into his stretch, the 1-0. Swing and a miss by Hayes at a breaking ball. A beauty from Zimmerman, and the count's even at 1-1.
Jesse Schmidt is getting warmed up for Utah Valley down in the bullpen. So we'll see here what Utah Valley does, probably depending on what happens here in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Hayes, a right-handed hitter, hitting just 118 on the year. The 1-1 from Zimmerman. A swing and a miss. He chased a slider down and away, and it's 1-2. The middle infield for the Cougars is back. So if Hayes could just hit a ball up the middle, it would tie the game. Even the third baseman is back. They're playing for the double play. They would allow the game to be tied. Hayes just has to put the ball in play.
And this is where you really have to, especially with 2 strikes, Jordan, shorten your stroke. Don't focus on driving the ball, just make contact.
1-2, swung on and missed. He struck him out. Hayes pounds his bat into the dirt. and there is one gone. Second strikeout, though, just the first out for Zimmerman, and that brings up Barry. So still just one out. The Wolverines still do not need a base hit to tie the ball game. 2 men on, 1 man out, and here comes a visitor. That's going to be the pitching coach, Michael Bradshaw, for the Cougars, and he's going to bring in the infield. They're going to have a discussion.
Well, just remember, Jordan, the meetings between these two teams, we haven't really talked about this too much tonight, but BYU has won 12 of the last 13 meetings. They're 13-5 here in Orem. And so for Utah Valley right here, they're looking to try to see what they can do here, especially with one out.
Absolutely, and BYU has won 7 in a row against Utah Valley, the longest streak for either team in this matchup. A long meeting on the mound here with Bradshaw, as Eric Matson's going to come out and just have a word with the home plate umpire, Randy Upton.
They're making a change, it looks like, because Eric Madsen out there and Randy Upton writing something down. Maybe he's just keeping a count on the visits, but I don't see a change on the base runners at all. So maybe he was just out talking, Randy Upton just marking down the coaching visit.
Yeah, ask. Who knows what he's asking, but asking something. So Jake Berry will hit. 2 men on, 1 man out. 1-run game. Berry singled in the 4th inning. He scored 2 runs today. He's been on base all 4 times. Walked, hit by a pitch, reached on an error. Zimmerman trying to get out of this jam. The pitch to Berry. And it's in the dirt. It's me. It skips away from Hill. Coming in to score is Matson. Tie game.
We have to remember Hill coming into the ball game after sitting on the bench for 8 innings wasn't going to take much for it to skip by him right here, and that's, I think, was one of maybe the disadvantages to switching up catchers at this point, is then it kind of maybe changes the whole ball game right now. The leading run for the Wolverines now in scoring position,
and the UVU chants from the grandstand start up. So the go-ahead run in scoring position now. Here it comes. Berry swings and misses at a breaking ball, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. So Zimmerman spiked it, and whether Hill was cold, as you mentioned, Ryan, I think a very good point. Either way, a tough play, and it got by him, and Matson comes in to score the tying run. Unbelievable. A base hit could put the Wolverines ahead. The pitch. Berry takes a ball in the dirt again. And now a snap throw down to second. Berry just gets back in. Oh, my goodness. I say Berry. I beg your pardon. That is
Cade Polson.
That's Cade Polson. I got so excited. I thought he was going to be thrown out by 3 feet there. He was way off the bag with that secondary lead. 2-1 to Berry. Fastball misses down low, and it is 3-1. So Polson with his lead at second. The Wolverines with 1 run in here in the 8th. 13-13 the score. BYU, Utah Valley. Zimmerman, the right-hander, checks on the runner. Now he comes home. The 3-1 is swung on and missed, and the count runs full. This inning all began with a Mick Matson strikeout, but the ball got away from Hill, and Matson was able to take first. Then Polson reached on an error. Hayes struck out, but on the error, eventually, Matson came in to score on a wild pitch eventually. So all these wounds self-inflicted by the Cougars. 3-2 pitch to Berry. Here it is. Swing and a miss. He chased a breaking ball way out of the zone. Low and away, and there are 2 down. So Zimmerman has struck out 3 guys in the inning. Has not given up a hard hit ball, but the game is tied thanks to he threw 1 wild pitch. And now Hall will come up. Hall swinging the bat pretty well. 3 singles tonight, an RBI. He's also grounded into a fielder's choice and scored a run. 2 outs, the go-ahead run at second for Utah Valley. The pitch. Hall takes a ball in the dirt. And when Zimmerman's missing, he's mostly missing down in this inning, and Hill's really having to work, smothering some pitches back there. He's done a pretty good job. Boy, this game has just been back and forth. The Wolverines trailing by 5 runs at one point. The 1-0 pitch. Slider misses down and away, 2-0.
And right now, if you're Cody Hall at the plate, Jordan, with the way that Zimmerman's been so in and out of the zone, I think I would really make him throw me a strike here. He's missing down and away a lot in the dirt with that slider. You got to have the plate discipline here to let that one go.
Polson with okay speed at second. The outfield shallow all the way around. The pitch to Hall. Down and away. Slider missed. 3-0. Trevor Howell is on deck. He has struggled tonight at the plate. 0 for 3, although he's walked and been hit by a pitch. And now they're just going to walk him, and I think this is a good move. You can understand by Mike Littlewood. Hall swinging that bat pretty well ahead in the count. He will choose to face Trevor Howell, who has struggled this season at the plate. So now runners at first and second. It sets up the force.
And I see what Mike Littlewood's logic behind it is. Jordan, I know Trevor Howell struggled. I don't know if I want to put a veteran hitter, though, in this kind of a situation with runners on at first and second, game on the line.
The pitch to him, down in the dirt, blocked by Hill. Also, if Zimmerman can't find the strike zone, you load the bases for Michael Beltran, the Wolverines' best hitter. He is on deck. Tie game. Last of the 8th. Runners at first and second. Polson, the man at second base, representing that go-ahead run. Zimmerman laboring. Howell bent at the knees, even stance. The 1-0 pitch from the right-hander. A swing and a ground ball, just foul over the third base line. Foul ball. Polson racing around third, but it was called a foul ball. Polson would have scored. Hall took third base, and the Wolverines weren't taking any chances. They weren't buying it when Randy Upton, the home plate umpire, initially called foul ball. So that one just missed going over that third base bag. That nearly gave the Wolverines the lead. It's 1-1 though now to Howell.
You know, Howell had a hard-hit double the other day in that UC Irvine game, and it looked like the Trevor Howell of old. So I don't think he's that far off, Jordan, from getting hot.
Indeed. Let's see. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. A fastball right down the middle, and it's 1-2. Yeah, this past weekend, Howell had some good at-bats. Looked like he may have been coming on. 1 run in here in this last of the 8th inning, 13-13 the score.
Jelilich, the center fielder, playing awfully shallow right now.
Yeah, everybody in left. McIntyre real shallow. The 1-2 pitch. Check swing in the dirt. Did he go around on a pill? He did not, says the first base umpire, Andrew Torfin. The Cougars were headed back to the first base dugout. Instead, it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Yeah, if Howell could split a gap, it would clear the bases.
Well, that's just the thing. I am surprised. I have not seen an outfield play this shallow in this ballpark in a long time.
Yeah, they want to cut that run down at the plate even with 2 outs. The crowd gets into it. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. But the Wolverines tie the game. We go to the 9th inning. Utah Valley 13, Brigham Young 13. For BYU, it will be Jacobson, Valdez, and Jelilich. And I think Jesse Schmidt is indeed coming into the game for the Wolverines. We'll be back after this tie game in Orem.
New pitcher on for Utah Valley in the ninth. It will be the right-hander Jesse Schmidt. Schmidt on the season for Utah Valley. A 2-1 with a 3.24 ERA, making his 6th appearance, has 1 save, an 8 1/3 inning, 6 hits, 4 runs, 3 earned, 5 walks, and 10 strikeouts. He's going to get a pinch hitter to lead it off.
Yeah, Jesse Nyberg, the left-handed hitter, takes a fastball outside for ball 1. Hobbs Nyberg, I apologize. Jesse Schmidt on the mound. There's a topper foul on the third base side. It's 1-1.
And this is where I'm wondering if you might see Mike Littlewood make some changes here.
We will see the 1-1. Fastball misses down and in, and it's 2-1. So if you're Jesse Schmidt, you just have to find the strike zone. Obviously, you don't want to serve anything up, but you don't want to walk the leadoff man. 2-1, high and away, ball 3.
Thing is with Nyberg, Jordan, you get a freshman from St. George off the bench, and late in the ball game like this, I think if you groove one in, you might get the freshman to kind of chase a little bit.
The pitch, and he pours one right down the middle, and it's 3-2. Nyberg just 2 for 5 this season. Slightly open stance from the left side. Schmidt from the windup, he fires. A swing and a pop-up. Foul territory, third base side. It's going to be Sims, the catcher, and he reaches back. He makes the grab, and he falls down. He overran it and then made a very nice play to reach back over his head, lost his balance, fell to his backside, back toward the diamond, and there's one away.
Have to remember, that's a tough play to make. That ball's tailing away from you, and you're looking up into a light, Jordan. And so it's just easy to lose that ball in that light this time of night.
Indeed, and the wind right now is blowing out toward right field. So that one, the wind helped that one come back. 1 away in the 9th, tie game. Valdez hitting from the right side, the pitch to him. And there's a fastball that's spiked in the dirt by Schmidt. Valdez tonight has 2 singles. He is 2 for 4. The 1-0 just misses off the plate outside. And the count is 2 balls, no strikes. Schmidt from the windup working quickly. The 2-0 pitch misses up and in. Now it's 3-0 to Valdez. Valdez on the year hitting 380, or excuse me, I said Valdez. This is Hill, who came in as a defensive replacement. I apologize. 3-0 to Hill. There's a ball that I'm not sure where that one missed, inside or up, but that looked pretty good from up here. But a 1-out walk by Schmidt to Hill. So here's Jelilich with the go-ahead run on. Hill at first base, held on by Polson. Jelilich has scored 3 runs tonight. He does not have a hit, though. A swing and a pop-up near the shortstop. In the infield, it's going to be Howell. He's under it. He makes the grab just a step in front of second base, and there are 2 away. Jelilich retired on 1 pitch. And that brings the top of the order up. And this is interesting, Ryan. Unless Brian Sue was injured earlier in the game, that move could come back to bite Mike Littlewood, because he pinch hit with Kringlin, or brought him in as a defensive replacement, rather. So it will be Kringlin at the plate, the pitch. And there's a strike, a breaking ball. And I say that just because Brian Sue is the Cougars' best hitter, and he was scorching the ball tonight. He had 2 RBIs on 2 singles.
And Kringlin, a veteran hitter, Jordan, but not having his best year right now. Still trying to get that back going. So, I mean, I'm like you. The other thing I'm interested to see.
The 0-1 misses down and away, 1-1.
McIntyre's been warming up down in the bullpen. They're left fielder, which means they'd have to make some defensive changes and potentially lose the DH.
The 1-1 curveball. Ooh, just missed. And Jesse Schmidt swipes at the baseball. He is not happy. That was right on the outside corner, maybe just a hair below the knees. 1-1 the count. Hill at first base. He walked. Or Hill at second, rather. And now the umpire, I thought he held up. Did he hold up 2-1? I thought it was 1-1. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses down low. And they called a balk on Jesse Schmidt there. And that's what they were saying. He called time, but usually you hear him yell that. And you did not hear that at all. So the go-ahead run in scoring position. The 2-1 pitch. Down low, 3-1. A base hit would most likely put the Cougars ahead.
And Craig Glenn really in his career against Utah Valley the last 3 or 4 years, Jordan really hasn't scorched the ball very well against Utah Valley. Hasn't hit the baseball extremely well here, especially in this ballpark.
He'll get something good to hit here. 3-1. Fastball, grounded foul, just barely down the third base line, maybe by 5 or 6 feet. And the count is full. So that's a very costly balk, potentially, by Jesse Schmidt. Instead of a guy at first base with 2 outs, you have Hill at second. 13-13, top of the 9th, 2 outs, a man at second base. Full count. Schmidt set the kick. He fires home. Curveball. Strike 3 called. He froze him on the inside corner. Jesse Schmidt living dangerously, but he keeps it tied. We head to the last of the 9th. 13-13 for the Wolverines. It'll be Beltran, Marco, and Sims. Heart of the order due up. Tie game on GoUVU.com. Beltran to lead off the 9th for Utah Valley. Tie game. Zimmerman back out on the mound for the Cougars. Beltran hitting the ball so well this year. The pitch to him. Fastball, high and away, ball 1. Some defensive changes. Matthews comes into play shortstop. Clough moves to third base for BYU. The pitch to Michael Beltran. Swing and a foul tip into the glove of Hill, and it's 1-1. Beltran tonight, 2 singles, 2 RBIs. Part of that, the 2 RBIs came in the 7th. Part of the 5-run 7th for the Wolverines. That helped him come back. The 1-1, down and away, 2-1. BYU has won 7 in a row against these Wolverines. The last time they won was 2016 in extra innings over at Miller Park. Justin Erlinson hit a game, well, it turned out to be a game-winning home run. The 2-1, down in the dirt, ball 3, 3-1 to Beltran. Beltran does not have a ton of power, but 3-1, he can look to drive one in the gap. Everybody medium deep, except in left for BYU where McIntyre's playing deep. 3-1 pitch. Beltran takes a fastball on the outside corner. A full count. Well, if you're Utah Valley, this is who you want up there in the 9th. Beltran, Marco, and Sims. The 3-2 from Zimmerman. A swing and a ground ball to short. Matthews has it, throws low to first, and it gets by the first baseman. Beltran will head to second. Digging it out is Creekland near the wall. And the winning run is in second base with nobody out in the ninth. An error will be charged to Matthews, who just came in cold off the bench, Ryan.
And that's the tough part. You think of Matthews there, Jordan. The only warm-up he really had was the ground balls in between innings, and then he's asked to make a play deep in the hole and then throw across his body. That's a tough throw when you're warm, much less when you're on a cool night like tonight. And now you just basically have a two-base error. The Cougars' fifth of the night, winning runs now in scoring position. I'll be interested to see if Eric Madsen maybe plays some small ball here, tries to get that runner to third with less than 2 outs.
It will be interesting because you have Marco at the plate who's swung the bat so well. I think we'll see. I would not be surprised if he just lets him swing away here. The pitch. Marco swings and misses. Marco, and the reason I say that is Marco's your cleanup hitter. He homered in the first, doubled in the third. So he is seeing the ball well. Swings and misses at the first pitch breaking ball from Zimmerman there. What a ball game. Tie game in the ninth, winning run at second for the Wolverines. The one strike offering to Marco. Ball up high. A breaking ball missed from Zimmerman, and the count is even at 1-1. So now the outfield comes in. You have to if you're BYU, because a base hit potentially wins the game. Any ball in the gap, and Utah Valley would win it. Beltran, great speed at second. Sims is on deck. Zimmerman working from the stretch. 1-1 the count to Marco. Here it comes. And a curveball right there taken for a strike on the inner half, and it's 1-2. If you're Marco, even if you can just put the ball on the ground to the right side, you move Beltran to third base with less than 2 outs. And the second baseman, Call, is trying to hold on Beltran at second, so there's a big hole on that right side. Here we go. The 1-2 pitch to Marco. A swing and a miss, and he struck him out. A high fastball, a beauty from Zimmerman, and a huge first out for BYU. That is the fourth strikeout for Zimmerman in his second inning of work, and here is Sims. And they're going to walk Sims intentionally to set up the force play, and it'll be the freshman Mick Matson. An automatic walk. You don't have to throw the 4 balls this year. New rule change in college baseball. So first and second, here's Mick Matson, and we're going to have a timeout, a meeting with Eric Matson in foul territory with his base runners. Littlewood, of course, making that move. Now a ground ball possibly ends the inning.
And I think that was a good move. You get Marco there, and then now you walk Sims, who's swinging the bat pretty well, and then you go to strategically a young hitter in the college game, and you kind of wonder if maybe he might be a little too excited in this situation and try to press something. And the best thing here that could happen, Jordan, is stay out of the double play. Even if it's a regular fly ball out, fine, you get another hitter, but you got to stay out of the double play right here if you're Mick Matson. This is when, and I wonder, we got Ryan Eastburn in the on-deck circle, so I wonder if Eastburn might hit here for Madsen, or if he's going to maybe hit for Cade Polson. Either way, there's going to have to be a defensive change made there, so just kind of keep that in mind. And I think it's going to be Eastburn for Madsen.
He is. We're going to have a pinch hitter here. So the freshman will sit down. Eastburn, who hit on Sunday for the first time in almost a month, it seems like. He has been out with an injury. So Eastburn hit on Sunday, and he doubled in his only at bat. A left-handed hitter coming in cold off the bench. The Wolverines have just been pining to get him back and healthy. So he'll face Zimmerman.
Now the question is here, Jordan, and I'm just kind of looking through this. If you go to the 10th inning, you have to make a change now at third base. You might move Cade Polson from first to third, bring Payson Hayes into play first, and terminate the DH. Just a thought. We're going to have a mound visit here it looks like, and I think they're going to bring in McIntyre, the left-hander, from left field to pitch here for Zimmerman. Go lefty versus lefty, and then BYU will have to then make a correlating change. We'll see who it is who comes in to play left. I know.
This is just a wonderful chess match right here late in the game between these two teams, who crosstown rivals. This is
okay. It's gonna be Jordan. It's gonna be Jaron Hall who's gonna come in and play the outfield, and my guess is Hall probably is gonna go to left, and then McIntyre goes from left field to pitch.
So we bring in McIntyre for BYU, who's played this entire game in the outfield, to take on Eastburn, the left-handed hitter who was announced. Taking a look at Eastburn this season, he is 0 for 1 against left-handed hitters. So lefty versus lefty, he is 0 for 1. Let's see if Eric Mattson sticks with Eastburn. You have such a deep bench in college that I think he is going to stick with Eastburn, though, as they're taking a look at the scouting report right now on McIntyre, as Ryan will dig up those numbers. Runners at first and second, 1 out in the bottom of the 9th, tie game.
Jaron Hall, by the way, does come in to play left field. Hall, a backup quarterback on the football team, but don't fool him. Was an all-state baseball player at Maple Mountain High School down in Spanish Fork, high school teammate of Utah Valley first baseman Cade Polson. Just an overall great kid, all the times I've talked to Jaron. Nonetheless, though, the left-hander coming in to pitch will be Mitch McIntyre, who's 1-0 on the season. He's making his 4th appearance, a 0.00 ERA. He's gone 6 innings, allowed 3 hits, no runs, 1 walk, and 4 strikeouts. Opponents hitting 158 off the left-hander. So, Jordan, here's where you talk about strategy comes into play. This is where a change late in this ball game. I don't know if this game switches at all, because who had the more favorable move here if we go to extra innings. It's going to be interesting to see what head coach Eric Mattson does in this case.
Well, if you're Eric Mattson, I can tell you, you're not worried about extra innings right now. You're doing everything you possibly can to win this game here in the 9th. First and second, 1 out, that winning run at second base as McIntyre takes his warm-up tosses. This game seemed out of hand at one point. The Wolverines trailed 7-2 in the 4th inning. But the credit the Utah Valley bullpen, they have pitched well in the late innings. So here we go. This inning all started with a ground ball to shortstop that Matthews threw over the head of Kringlen at first. That allowed Beltran to take second with nobody out. Marco then struck out. Sims was given the automatic walk. And then Eastburn pinch hits for Mattson. So he wanted a left-hander up there with a righty on the mound. Littlewood countered, brings in McIntyre from left field to pitch to Eastburn. Unbelievable. What a ball game. The crowd into it here at UCCU Ballpark. McIntyre set. The pitch. Eastburn takes a ball outside, and it gets by Hill to the backstop, and Beltran takes third.
This goes right off the glove. Now, this is what I'm thinking here. It's gonna be a pass ball here on the catcher. But Jordan, if I'm Mike Littlewood here, I think I'm putting Eastburn on.
I think you're probably right, Ryan. The infield comes in because now the Wolverines do not need a base hit to win this game. And we'll see, they've not made that move. They're going to go with it. Lefty versus lefty. This is interesting. 1 out in the inning. The 1-0 pitch. Curveball and a beauty right there at the knees. Strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike the count to Eastburn. Getting just his 2nd at bat in a little less than a month. Beltran, the winning run at 3rd. The outfield, very shallow. Just a foul or a fly ball to medium deep. Outfield would win the game. The 1-1 pitch to Eastburn. Ball misses down and away. A curveball not close. It's 2-1. Should Eastburn reach on a walk, Polson would be the batter. Time taken. Eastburn steps out, takes a big breath, exhales. Winning run at third. Tie game in the last of the ninth. McIntyre peers in. Eastburn waving that bat out in front of home plate. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. He's out in front of the breaking ball, and now it's 2-2. Well, the Wolverines have really capitalized on BYU mistakes here in the late innings. An error and a pass ball, or wild pitch rather. Put men at second and third, but the man at third's the one that matters. 2-2 to Eastburn. Open stance from the left side. McIntyre, the lefty, comes set. The 2-2 offering. Swing and a foul back. And we'll do it again. Another off-speed pitch from McIntyre.
This shows you the confidence that Mike Littlewood has in this lefty versus lefty matchup. A lot of coaches, Jordan, would have walked Eastburn so that way they would have had the force, especially at the plate, intact here.
You bet. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The winning run 90 feet away for the Wolverines, trying to snap a 7-game losing streak to these Cougars. The 2-2 to Eastburn. Strike 3 called. He froze him with a fastball in the outside corner, and there are 2 away. Now Utah Valley will need a base hit or a BYU mistake to win it. Cade Polson will come to the plate. He does not have a base hit tonight. He has struck out, fouled out, hit one to deep center field, walked, and reached on an error. So now the infield can move back for BYU. And now time is taken, and they're going to walk intentionally Polson to get to Hayes. So bases are loaded. Hayes, the DH, has struggled tonight. Although he did come up with the big-time 2-run single back in the 7th inning, he is 1 for 5. So he struggled in most of his at-bats, including his last one in which he struck out facing Zimmerman in the 8th, but he did come through back in the 7th inning. Lefty versus righty. What a moment. Bases loaded, 2 outs in the 9th, tie game. Beltran, a fast runner at third. McIntyre set, lefty versus righty, the pitch. Fastball misses down and in. I think that may have been the slider, and it's 1-0. Hayes on the season just hitting 114 in 35 at-bats. With runners in scoring position, he's hitting 333. With the bases loaded, he's hitting 500. So, for what it's worth, those are the numbers. The 1-0. A swing and a foul high and off to the right, and it's 1-1. The Wolverines about hit BYU 12-11. The Cougars have 5 errors on the night. The Wolverines with 3. Beltran 90 feet away from a Utah Valley victory. 1-1 to Hayes. McIntyre trying to get this one to extras. Here it is. A swing and a miss at a high fastball, and it's 1-2. The Wolverines had a runner at third, just 1 out. They have not been able to score him. Now Hayes behind in the count. The DH steps out. Now he digs back in. A slightly open stance. Lefty versus righty. The 1-2 on the way. Here it is. Swing and a high fly ball down the right field line, hooking Hale in foul territory. It is over the wall. Just a foul ball. Hale made a leap against the wall in foul territory, but that one is out of play, and we'll do it again. That had home run distance, but well foul. We've seen that from Hayes tonight, hitting fastballs that he's laid on deep down that right field line.
And even Payson Hayes, Jordan, seems to be another Wolverine that's starting to get the timing back a little bit, and you're just kind of waiting for him to get hot.
This game almost 4 hours old. 13-13 our score. Bases loaded, bottom of the ninth. 1-2 to Hayes. McIntyre hiding that ball behind his left hip. Now he comes set at the belt. Here's the pitch. And he comes inside. He nearly hit him. Whoa, that was close. A pretty good fastball, but it tailed in at the last moment, and now it's 2-2. Nowhere to put Hayes. You hear the crowd get into it on a cold night in Orem. McIntyre set. Beltran dances off third. Ball in the dirt, and a great stop by Hill from behind the home plate, and the count is full. Of course it is. And now the Cougars are complaining about something in the infield. I have no idea what they could possibly be complaining about, but here we go. Full count. Bases loaded. Bottom of the ninth inning, and now McIntyre steps off. Even the base runner at second base, that's Sims trying to get the crowd into it. Everybody into it. Here it comes to Hayes. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And we're headed to the 10th inning. The Wolverines load them. They cannot score. On to extras. 13-13 on GoUVU.com.
In the bottom of the ninth for the Wolverines, no runs, no hits, one error, 3 left on base. After 9 complete, we're all tied up 13. We have a winner for the Jamba Juice Rally Cap Fan of the Game. The post is from Instagram. Hot Rosie Posey. Little kid in the dragon outfit. We'll run that Jamba Juice coupon out to you.
Top of the 10th inning here at the UCCU Ballpark in Orem, Utah. Some defensive changes for Utah Valley. Cade Polson will remain in the game, but he'll move from first base over to third. Cody Hall will remain in the ball game, but he'll move from second to short. Trevor Howell will come out of the game, and Ty Vargas will come into play second base. And Vargas will move into Trevor Howell's number 2 spot. And Payson Hayes will move from the DH over to first base. So now we'll kind of see here. Eric Madsen, Mike Littlewood, and 2 of the umpires out sorting everything out here, Jordan. This is one of the more interesting, our lineup sheet that we get. I went through during that part of that bottom of the last inning, Jordan. I went through and marked out who had who is out of the ball game and who is unavailable, and it is starting to get pretty messy right now as to who's available for both of these teams right here as we sort this out in the 10th.
Indeed it is. So Schmidt, the pitcher for Utah Valley, he goes into the 6th spot in the lineup. The Wolverines in the last half of the 10th will have Barry, Hall, and Vargas. That's 9, 1, and 2 due up. But the attention is on right now Jesse Schmidt because he has to face the heart of the BYU order. Call to lead things off. He's homered in this game. This is his first collegiate game. First pitch to him, misses down low, ball 1. Well, the Wolverines loaded him in the 10th with just 1 out, and they could not score. That's why we're in the 10th inning. Fastball, outside, it's 2-0. Well, if you're Schmidt, you do not want to walk the leadoff hitter, but you got to be careful. Call, as we've seen, has power. He has 5 RBIs tonight. The 2-0, that one's right there for a called strike. Schmidt pitched the 9th inning. He allowed a walk, but other than that, he was great. The 2-1 from him. Fastball outside. Now it is 3-1. Marco is playing about as deep as you can play in right field with the lefty at the plate. Fastball right there on the inside corner. Strike 2, and the count runs full. Well, we have been treated to a wild one here in Orem as a right-hander begins to get loose in Utah Valley's pen. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Looked like an off-speed pitch low in the zone. That call swung over. And here is Hale. Hale, another terribly dangerous hitter. He homered back in the first inning. He has 4 RBIs tonight. The pitch to him. Slider misses down and away, ball 1.
Cole Hostert, Jordan, the right-hander, warming up for Utah Valley down in the bullpen.
The 1-0 pitch. Curveball in there at the knees, and it's 1-1. Schmidt working so quickly as we are at 4 hours for this game. 13-13 in the 10th. The pitch. Down and away, breaking ball missed. And it's 2-1 to the right-handed hitting Hale. The Brigham Young right fielder hitting .275 on the year, 3 home runs. The 2-1 offering, and a slider misses down and away, and it's 3-1. So Schmidt living dangerously, falling behind in these counts. Clough is on deck. The 3-1 pitch, and he misses badly outside, and the go-ahead run is on for Brigham Young. So Clough, a left-handed hitter, will come to the plate.
Next up for Brigham Young, number 4, Jackson Clough.
Hayes, the new first baseman, will hold on the runner. Vargas is at second base. Hall, the former second baseman, moves to short. There's a swing and a high fly ball in the ballpark. Right field, Marco went back on it, now sprinting in. He slides, and he makes the grab. Oh, my goodness. Marco thought that ball was hit near the track. He sprinted back, then came just digging in, lost his cap like Willie Mays. He caught that in medium to shallow right field, and off the bat, he was moving back toward the warning track. Oh, my goodness.
That kind of looked like just a routine fly ball that turned into nothing but routine.
First pitch to Hall, it misses down low. Jaron Hall, a right-handed hitter, came in defensively earlier in the game. This is his first at bat of the ball game. And a ball misses down and away. So Schmidt again falling behind. You can't walk him here because that puts the go-ahead run in scoring position. 1 man on, 2 men out in the 10th. Tie game. Fastball. Ooh. A balk has been called. The second balk in as many innings called on Jesse Schmidt. And I think Schmidt's just going too fast. He's not coming set with a runner on base. And that is a costly mistake. Base hit here would put BYU ahead. The outfield deep. 2-0 pitch. A swing and a ground ball base hit up the middle. Coming around to score is Hall. The throw is way offline, and BYU takes a 14-13 lead. So Hall comes through with the RBI single after the Jesse Schmidt balk, and the Cougars are ahead. So the walk, the balk, again, just self-inflicted mistakes that have killed Utah Valley all season long. So here's McIntyre with a runner at first base. Now Schmidt's got to keep this one close. Fastball in at the knees, strike one.
You have to be very careful with Jaron Hall on the base path. Hall can fly. Keep an eye on him. He may look to sometime go here during this count.
The one strike pitch in there for a called strike two. Maybe a bit below the knees. The few Cougar fans that are here are not happy. 0-2. Also, McIntyre, a left-handed hitter with Hayes holding on the runner at first. There's a huge hole on that right side. Now, a throw over to first. Schmidt trying to keep Hall close. McIntyre does not have a hit tonight. The pitch. Check swing. Did he go around? No, he did not. On appeal to not the first base umpire, but Jared Ferens, who's playing on the right side or stationed on the right side of the infield. 1-2 coming to McIntyre. Here it is. Curveball, strike three, got him looking. A beautiful pitch from Schmidt, but the Wolverines are going to need some magic in the bottom of the 10th. It will be Berry, Hall, and Vargas due up. Utah Valley trails 14-13 as we head to the last of the 10th inning on GoUVU.com. A 14-13 BYU leading as we head to the last of the 10th. Jake Berry to lead things off for Utah Valley. Berry against left-handed pitching this year is 2 for 10. And some defensive replacements as well for BYU. Peterson comes in to play second base.
The only change that I had was Peterson coming in. We saw him in the first game of the season, and he's gonna have to come in for Brian Call in the 2 spot. And BYU is gonna get Aiden Callahan, number 40, warming up. We saw him the first meeting back here in Provo. So the two coaches getting some final changes sorted out tonight here, Jordan, as Jake Berry comes to the plate against McIntyre. Good news is you get lefty versus righty here for Utah Valley.
You do. Berry, as I mentioned, 2 for 10 this year against left-handed pitching. From McIntyre, first pitch fastball right down the middle, strike one. So Utah Valley will need some magic, trailing by 1 in the 10th. McIntyre, the lefty, came in last inning and shut the door on the UVU rally. The one strike offering, a curveball, stays high. Ball one. 1-1 to Berry. He has walked The only hit tonight he has is a single. He's scored a couple runs, reached on an air, been hit by a pitch, and struck out. First time facing McIntyre tonight. The 1-1. Fastball called for a strike on the outside corner, and it's 1-2.
That's one of those pitches we've seen that's been given to the pitcher tonight.
Randy Upton, the home plate umpire, been pretty consistent. From the windup, McIntyre kicks and fires. And a fastball catches, well, it's right down the middle, but at the knees. Borderline, but a good pitch there. And there's one away. It's the sixth strike. Is that's not right. That's the third strikeout, I beg your pardon, for McIntyre. So here is Cody Hall. Hall does not have a home run on the year. He singled in a run back in the third. He is 3-4-4, the pitch. And a strike is called on the outside corner. So McIntyre doing a nice job just pouring in strikes. The freshman Vargas is on deck. The wind blowing out toward right. Here is the pitch to Hall, and he swings and hits a fly ball to right field. Hale back, he is under it, and there are two away as he makes the grab. And the Wolverines are down to their final out. So Vargas will get his first plate appearance tonight as he came in as a defensive replacement in the top half of this inning. We've seen Vargas get some playing time as of late. He's had 22 at-bats this year, just 5 hits, no homers. McIntyre working quickly, peers in, Hill drops the sign. Everybody pretty much straight away for BYU defensively. Now, time is taken. Last chance, base is empty, 2 outs. Utah Valley trailing by 1 in the 10th. Now McIntyre kicks and fires. Curveball misses up high, ball 1. One and 0. Should Vargas reach, it would be Beltran. So a huge at bat here with 2 outs. The 1-0. Fastball in there for a called strike. Maybe just below the knees, and it's 1-1. As the night's gone on, Randy Upton's strike zone has moved a little south. He's given that call below the kneecaps. 1 ball, 1 strike to Vargas. Here it comes. Fastball misses outside, and it's 2-1. Vargas is 1 for 1 when he's pinch hit tonight. Or pinch hit this season, I should say. Base is empty. 2 gone. McIntyre now taking a long time. The 2-1 pitch to Vargas. Fastball misses up high, 3-1. If you're Vargas, you just want to get on base for Beltran, who is on deck. 2 outs, base is empty. The Wolverines trail 14-13 in the 10th inning. McIntyre winds and fires. Swing and a miss, and the count is full. He challenged him with a fastball belt high, and Vargas couldn't catch up. Vargas is 0 for 4 against lefties this season. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, he struck him out. And BYU beats Utah Valley. They hold on in 10 innings. They score 1 in the 10th, and the Wolverines can't quite pull it out. That's 8 in a row for BYU in this in-state series. And a heartbreaker for the Wolverines. So we'll take a break on GoUVU.com and come back with our post-game show, including the final totals. We'll take a break. We'll be back after this on GoUVU.com. Welcome back to UCCU Ballpark. I am Jordan Bianucci alongside Ryan Pickens. The Wolverines lose a heartbreaker tonight. They fall 14-13 to Brigham Young in 10 innings. And Ryan, it's encouraging to see Utah Valley fight back and make this a game, but ultimately they made many of the same mistakes they've made in 2019, and it doomed them tonight.
Yeah, I mean, when you take a look at it, there's some games that you just kind of chalk up maybe to a learning experience or, hey, we'll get through it. And Utah Valley tonight, Jordan, I liked somewhat of what I saw. I liked the fight back, that initial the punch back when you're losing and you fight back and you chip your way back into it against a very good BYU team. The tough part was, Jordan, when you look at it, is just some of those things went south at the wrong time. The two balks came back at a really tough time to hurt Jesse Schmidt. And, of course, we don't know what happens in that 10th inning, but let's say you don't balk necessarily right there. That runner doesn't necessarily get to second base right away. Jaron Hall, a good hitter, comes through with the base hit for BYU. But we don't know what happens, obviously, if that balk doesn't happen. And that's the tough part with baseball. The thing that really hurt Utah Valley tonight, Jordan, is, again, the pitching staff struggled a little bit, especially early on in the beginning, but Utah Valley left 13 men on base. They had opportunities with runners in scoring position, and they just couldn't get that one hit that would have changed the entire complexity of the ball game. Some of those breaks that you and I talked about that they started to get tonight, they just didn't get enough tonight to win.
No, they did not, and it really hurts you because the Wolverines made such a valiant effort to come back. In the 7th inning, top of the 7th inning, after that inning was over, in the middle of 7, I should say, BYU led 13-7, and this game seemed just about over, and the Wolverines stormed back with 5 runs in the last of the 7th. And in the 7th, they could have scored more too, with a man at third base and just 1 out. They couldn't quite get that extra run home. That came back to hurt. And then obviously in the bottom of the 9th, when you have a runner at third, or bases loaded with 1 out, second and third with 1 out, and you cannot push him across to win a ball game.
And you have to give, and I will say this, and maybe a have to give isn't the right word, but head coach Mike Littlewood, a great call in that 9th there to walk and bring up Payson Hayes and really know the scouting report and saying, hey, here's a guy that's gotten an occasional big hit for this club, but it's going to give me a higher percentage to win. And if you're Utah Valley right there, a ball, a couple of feet one way or another, and it's a totally different ball game, and you get the victory. But I think there's a lot of encouragement if you're Utah Valley taking this into the Seattle series, but there's still some things Utah Valley needs to figure out, Jordan, because they're going to face some great offenses like New Mexico State, Sacramento State in conference, and if they can't figure out how to pitch and keep runs off the board early, they're going to have a tough time winning games in the WAC.
Indeed, some timely hitting, although much improved tonight. There were some great timely hits. Just to add on to that point, I agree with you. I think Littlewood made some great moves in the late innings. I thought Eric Matson made some tremendous moves in the late innings by forcing, especially in the 9th that we review, I thought it was a great move by Matson to pinch hit with Eastburn, obviously, the lefty coming up who doubled on Sunday and is only at bat since coming back from that injury, forcing Littlewood's hand to bring in McIntyre, who's been playing left field and did not have all the time in the world to warm up. So give McIntyre credit. He pitched well coming in cold.
I watched McIntyre throw his warm-up pitches. Remember, too, at the top of the 9th inning, there BYU put a couple of men on base, and McIntyre had thrown about 6 or 7 pitches in the bullpen, had to come back down in case he was due up, I think, third at the point when the inning ended, and then you're asking him basically to come back in the ballgame cold. I mean, that's a tough thing to do for a left fielder, especially somebody who pitches but doesn't pitch occasionally or doesn't pitch often. I mean, that's just a great move and a great situational baseball by BYU tonight.
Indeed. And what an entertaining game, by far, at least on the homestand, the most entertaining game we've seen all year. It's unfortunate that these two teams only play twice, so we won't see Brigham Young until 2020 next year. So let's take a look at the final totals. Not a real clean game. 14 runs on 12 hits for Brigham Young, 5 errors in the field that the Wolverines were able to take, for the most part, advantage of. Utah Valley with 13 hits, Utah Valley with 13 runs, 12 hits, and 3 errors in the field. McIntyre, of course, he gets the win. He improves to 2-0. Jesse Schmidt gets the loss. He falls to 2-2 on the year. UVU falls to 3-17 overall on the season. They lost their 8th straight to BYU tonight. BYU improves to 14-5 on the year. The time of the ball game was 4 hours and 10 minutes. The official attendance 1,068. And for those who stuck around, they got an entertaining one and an intense one there at the end. Well, we hope you enjoyed the broadcast. And right before I mention that, we should mention that Cody Hall is our Wilkinson's Trophy Player of the Game. There was no – who did get the save? Who got the save tonight, Ryan? Was that?
No save.
No save. I wanted to mention that because you just got the save, pointing out that we still need to name our Wilkinson's Trophy Player of the Game. So Ryan Pickens with the save. It's Cody Hall. Cody Hall had a very nice night at the plate. He went 3 for 6, 2 RBIs, a walk, 3 runs scored. A really great job by Cody Hall. With 41 years of experience, Wilkinson's Trophy is your place for awards, screen printing. You know what else they have? Embroidery and name badges. Check out selections online at wilkinsonstrophy.com. Yeah, 4 hours and 10 minutes the time. Attendance 1,068. We hope you enjoyed this broadcast. The Wolverines will be on the air next on Friday up in Seattle. Ryan and I won't be there, but there will be. I'm sure Seattle will have their guys calling that one. They have a great play-by-play guy up there. And so you can follow that series on GoUVU.com. We hope you enjoyed this one. We sure did, although a disappointing loss for Utah Valley in 10. They lose it in extras. BYU 14, Utah Valley 13. Good night from UCCU Ballpark. For Ryan Pickens, I'm Jordan Bianucci saying so long.